Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Monday, October 2nd. I actually tried to stream on Twitch the solo mode and do that daily quest, but the time at which it rolled over to October 1st was in Japanese time, so I had just missed it. So I was just like, well, I don't have that daily quest anymore, so there's no reason to play solo mode. Like, adding gates exclusively is not a good reason to play solo mode. When you know you're going to get this duel in solo mode daily quest, and then you're going to have the entire month to do it, and if you do it early, but you don't even get it guaranteed on the first day of the month, which honestly it probably should be first day of the month, duel in solo mode, and 3 duels give you 40 gems, and then you never get duel in solo mode again for the rest of the month if you fill it in, because the danger is if you did do this right now, you just get this solo mode, which the solo mode daily quest is terrible because it takes you away from playing ranked, which is really where you should be playing. In some of my off-screen play, I also made some kind of progress on lifetime, but I'm not really certain what I did there. Maybe I banished opponents' cards? No. It'd have to be something where the number is just slightly over. Activating trap cards, probably. I've done 2007, the requirement there was 2000, so that was almost certainly it. This whole dual level concept, though, is out the window, really. Like, I've been playing probably a year and a half now, and I couldn't tell you when the last time was that I went up in a dual level. Nor do I really think that there is a way to increase your duel level other than just playing a ridiculous amount of Yu-Gi-Oh! All of these have 7 days until they reset, so we really just want to maintain our gem amount until then. And we had a pile of 30 cards. So we got something new here, new here, new here, new here, new here. This might be an interesting card. This is a card that you have to work with in a trilogy of Helios related cards. Because you have Helios Duo, and then you have this. And I thought there was a third card, but apparently the game doesn't think that. New card there, new card there. Still a lot of cards we already probably have 3 copies of. And even things like this, though, are really unlikely to be that useful. All these master deck cards are just not relevant anymore. So, over the weekend, I may have done a little bit of scheduling over the weekend. Last week was really weird, in particular, as far as just me doing late night streams to catch up and breaking up the live streams in such a way. It is an interesting experiment, certainly, that proves that if I was to try and live stream every single Monday through Friday, I'm not willing to commit to that. I'm not willing definitely to commit to every day, which is part of the problem with Twitch, is that you probably are being asked to stream every day if you're to be a Twitch streamer, with no breaks whatsoever allowed. But it doesn't really work for the format of this show. There's enough that happens that, and I just ramble to make up the difference, that it's still 3-hour streams. Which that does make an argument that if I was to reduce the amount of streams, say get rid of Monday or get rid of Friday or get rid of both and only have one stream on Wednesday, I probably would just go for one super long stream on that day of 5-6 hours and still catch up with all of the news, which I don't want to go for a super long stream either. It would probably force me to ramble a little less. Inherently, since I'm looking at every single video game that comes out, I'm doing no curation. And without that level of curation, without that level of censorship, if you want to call it that, the streams will always be super long. Now, if I only talked about the news, say that I handpicked, then streams could be an hour long. If I got rid of Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely, I could eliminate an hour on streaming. Also. So, but I really don't think I'll be making any of those changes anytime soon, or ever. So yeah, over the weekend I scheduled some videos, and I started playing Fury. Fury has an Easter egg where you can end the game early, and does an absolute awful job at that implementation because it does not save the game. So by doing the Easter egg and ending the game early, about halfway through the game, I forced myself to start replaying the entirety of the game a second time, which already it's a game that potentially I need to play 2 or 3 times all the way through, so 2.5 to 3.5 times all the way through, if I can actually get good enough to beat the game on the Promenade Easy difficulty, so then I can be good enough to beat it on the normal difficulty to unlock the very hard difficulty. And I don't think I'm really going to get to the very hard difficulty. I might give it a try on the normal difficulty, but I may very well just rage quit halfway through the attempt on the normal difficulty, which is what I started with anyways, is that I was on the normal difficulty and then eventually just gave up and lowered it to the easy difficulty. They do a pretty terrible job in their difficulty settings too, because it is a boss rush game with rounds, and so you get into a round and there will be a selection of attack patterns that the enemy will have, and you'll have to get really good at defeating those attack patterns to beat that round and win. But in the easier difficulty, I'm fairly certain they just straight up remove entire rounds. So there's entire attack patterns potentially you just don't see on easy that you will be surprised by playing on normal mode the second time through. And while I do think Fury, and this is Fury spelled F-U-R-I, has had some updates to improve it and added this invincibility mode, you absolutely will have to lean heavy into that invincibility mode to lock into certain phases and practice certain phases to get good at the game, because otherwise you're going to end up spending a ton of time playing early sections over and over again just to get to the mid part of the game or later parts of the game where you're actually struggling. And because it's a round system, when you lose all of your health, you set up a situation where you're losing all of your progress, and it's not very fun in that experience when the enemy has just a tiny sliver of health on their health bar left, and then you get killed effectively, and then it resets your health and the enemy's health back to full. There's also a lot of Unity Store kind of asset flip environment building in the game where there's nothing there. It's just a place to walk between one fight arena and the next fight arena. And so that is fairly annoying also, in that it definitely feels like there should be some kind of collectible hidden in the world if you go from corner to corner, and in that collectible you should be able to either increase your health, increase your armor, increase your defense, increase your attack, have those kinds of roguelite RPG style mechanics happen. But you really don't have such luck. Inherently, one of the problems with Fury also is that it just needs, in those arena areas, a smaller arena with maybe infinitely spawning enemies that you can grind on and just learn attacks and practices. Particularly in between each boss fight, you could have infinitely spawning enemies that just cannot hurt you, cannot kill you, but they'll try anyways. It would only make your character seem stronger, and he already seems to be practically immortal. But if you had different colored enemies and just generic armor attacking you with certain attack styles, and those certain attack styles and stances were things that were more universal in between all of the bosses, then you could have that level of progress or practice that you really need. Inherently, Fury feels like it wants to be a high action samurai that was crazy, didn't see that coming. Like, it wants to be like a samurai anime series, not a video game. And yeah, I just don't think you can make a boss rush game inherently. You can have games that have boss rush modes, that's fine, but I really do believe you should have more of a secondary game, or any secondary game experience. Fury really doesn't have any at all in between all of that. And at the very least, if you're going to walk around in the areas, there should be like collectible art, concept art and things like that that you would unlock. And that it just isn't the case. The whole game feels too low budget. When you think of like the Simpsons arcade game, in a lot of ways those beat 'em up side-scrolling games are potentially boss rushes, but in between the bosses you have a bunch of lower level minions that you have to defeat to get to the boss. If you took the Simpsons arcade game and boiled it down to just the boss fights, that would not make it a better game. And even Cuphead, with its heavy reliance and focus on bosses, and effectively it too trying to originally be a boss rush game, Cuphead effectively was forced by its own fandom to add in the platforming sections. And in Cuphead, there are different weapons and different attacks you purchase. So you can change your attack styles. Where Fury doesn't have any platforming sections, and it doesn't have any items to change your attack styles or anything like that. It only has a Onimusha DLC, which I'm not sure has anything to do with Onimusha, the game called Onimusha, or the anime called Onimusha. I think that phrase probably is more generic than that in Japanese. I don't know what it really stands for. Probably, if it's Oni, it's probably something like Demon or Demon Slayer or Super Strong Demon. And it actually may not actually be called Onimusha mode. It may be something like Onimushashi or something else that I just scanned quickly. But while I generally do want to have all DLC for every game before I start playing it, and I've run into a couple of games already in the past couple months where I've just not gotten the DLC for them, it's kind of hard to justify buying the DLC for Fury, knowing that because I have arthritis in my hands, I really should at this point stop saying a little bit of arthritis in my hands, but yeah, knowing I have arthritis in my hands, knowing that those super difficult to get good Dark Souls inspired games are just never really going to be for me, it does make a lot of sense to not double down on a game that at best I'm going to beat on easy mode and then rage quit. But that is, I think, a fairly good way to look at it too, is to say, hey, if I limit my budget fairly appropriately and know that going into this game I may very well rage quit, then I am in a much better position to have that happen and spend accordingly instead of being surprised by a game and rage quitting it, not realizing that it was a game that was likely to not be played all the way to the end. I still have a decent amount of videos that need to be scheduled, but I do think I got the robustness on my scheduling app macro to be about as good as I think it ever will be, which is nice. I don't know if it's 100% where I'd want it to be, but it's close enough. As long as it runs and doesn't crash and cause problems, that's about the real problem there. It still probably needs a little bit of babysitting, and that little bit of babysitting probably indicates that a few more tweaks could be made. But it's definitely doable. One problem I've noticed, though, that I've made is that if I'm covering a game, I need to add the emojis in front of it into the file name before I upload the videos. Otherwise, adding the emojis after the fact via YouTube's content manager adds a space after you insert the emoji at the beginning. So there'll be a few series where it'll be emoji space then the name, when I prefer not to have that extra space. It's not a big deal, but it is yet another issue that just can't really be fixed in any way. It's just an easier fix. Well, it could be fixed too. It would just take a lot of manual editing, which clearly the goal here is to not do anything manually, ever. As far as Twitch has gone, like, yes, I can make the clips, and I'll just have to make a new macro and use some new macro to post the clips. I also probably need to just make a macro that highlights all the streams. But I'm not really making a lot of progress there. It's never this breakout hit, and that sucks, certainly. The idea of averaging 3 viewers is just pretty much an impossible idea on Twitch for me and for most people. Like, I don't think I'm even particularly being excluded here, personally. I don't think I'm like shadow banned or something on Twitch because my channel is so old and they highlight like newer content creators. I think it is a case that you have a very, very high top 1% of success stories at Twitch, probably 1% of 1%, or even lower percentages than that, 1% of 1% of 1% that are successful, and everybody else on the service is really just providing fluff. I saw a YouTube video talking about Patreon, and they were saying Patreon pretty much has that same problem. Which, in all fairness, I can only testify to my own experience on Patreon, and it does seem like I haven't had any real success on Patreon. Well, I haven't had any success at all. Never had a single Patreon, and now Patreon is adding features and effectively trying to change what it is to the point where if it gets really, really bad as a website, there's an argument to consider not using it and instead sticking with just like memberships or subscriptions or directly through YouTube, which ideally we'd want to diversify more away from YouTube. Suppose I could look at that website Ko-fi, and see if maybe that makes more sense. Inherently, I don't know if too many people, particularly right now with everybody being broke, I don't know if too many people are supporting content creators at all. I did see a metric on YouTube, and it's just like, yeah, the trend is just lower and lower and lower every month as far as the number of views on YouTube. And yeah, for like 4 or 5 months. And I don't know what really would be causing that, other than potentially I do suspect that maybe No More Heroes is just a shadow banned game, and that would explain why it's not getting any coverage. It didn't seem like it got any coverage at all. And maybe I'm just making more footage, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it really has more to do with just a slowing down of the amount of people watching things. Now, it's really annoying to have your opponent be able to have a mate character that makes a loud screeching noise. And I actively pick a mate that doesn't make any noise. Otherwise, I was watching a lot of TV over the weekend and way more playing games on my phone still. I did uninstall Counterside. I didn't give it really much of a chance. This Korean game called Counterside. In part, I was just having a really hard time trying to figure out where in this pile of 3 or 4 games would that game Counterside add anything more to it. And it was always the 4th of 4 or 5 choices as far as the games that I was trying to play, and its gameplay mechanic was just not that interesting. Nor did it seem like the gameplay mechanic was going to be automated. Maybe it would eventually become a way where you could AFK and automate the whole experience, but yeah, that wasn't really what was happening for me. So, as for a recap of what I'm now playing on my phone, distracting myself way too much. I have Destiny Child, which I haven't gone back and done any of the story there, and I'm gonna have to, at some point, integrate that Memorial Edition, End of Service Edition of Destiny Child into a daily quest pattern so I can just see all the stories there. Because I do want to see all the stories. But even if I had seen all the stories and all the content, I'm still not sure I would want to uninstall it. I'd probably leave the game installed for years without even running it. So that's not actively being worked on. Star Trek Lower Decks, still playing that. Still making progress at a kind of alarming rate. I question if maybe what's going to happen is that I will just hit a wall there and there won't be any more content because they're moving too slow with adding that content. But it may also be a case that there's some kind of prestige element to it that I'm not recognizing, because there is actually quite a lot of characters that say they're unavailable, and I assume that means they haven't been added to the game yet, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there is just a massive amount of characters still to unlock. Still playing Tinkafuma, which is the adult game that you can't even install via Google Play. You have to go to Eris Lab. I heard of another Japanese adult game that's going to be brought to the West using Nutaku. So when that actually comes out, maybe I'd check that out. Same is also true for the Elder Scrolls Castles game. Let's talk about that, in that it's in a weird early access pre-registration mode, so I tried to install that and see if Elder Scrolls Castles might be a interesting take on something like Fallout Shelter, but I couldn't install it, so yeah, had to move on from there. I'm still playing Memento Mori, which by far this is the highest quality game, and it would be the one I'd recommend, particularly if you're not into just full-on adult content. Although if you're not into anime girls in general, Memento Mori isn't going to help you there. It's still a gacha game, and almost all gacha games are collecting characters, and anime girl characters tend to be the case for the most part there. And then I'm still putting in some effort to the Seven Mortal Sin's Ecstasy game, which, yeah. It's kind of hard to progress forward on Seven Mortal Sins because its story is a little slow with its gameplay mechanic. But definitely is a case for Tinkafuma and Memento Mori that I am hitting the wall. I'm running out of stamina fairly quickly early in the day, and then I'll come back like a couple hours later and maybe I'll have a little bit more stamina, but then I really hit a wall at a certain point where I just can't go any further with the game. You just can't play anymore. Okay, I'm gonna discard this. Destroy 2 of these. And can we chain now and activate this? No, we have to discard a card from here. Oh well. Could have, I guess, destroyed this card, and then his effect wouldn't have activated, and then I would have left 1 face down card. One of the things I've learned about Memento Mori, and this is probably true for a lot of games, that as far as the strategy, is that Memento Mori has the ability to go back and grind previous levels in several different modes. All these games have lots of different modes in which you can play. So, since I'm hitting a wall with Memento Mori as far as the equipment and the power of my characters, I need to go back to previous levels and grind a little bit more to get better pieces of equipment or get better currency, to get just a little bit more powerful. Particularly in the case of Memento Mori, like you do run into that situation where there is just only a little bit of power increase per level, so you'll beat 1 to 5 levels after you get strong enough to beat the next level that you're stuck at, but then after that point you're going to be stuck again and you're going to need to level up, which creates a weird situation where you spend a lot of time in Memento Mori just looking at armor and trying to upgrade the armor and things like that, instead of actually looking at the characters and caring about the characters. Tinkafuma is far too easy for its main story until you hit a wall, but also it has a limited event that's happening right now, so in the middle of its limited time event I'm pushing all of my stamina into collecting extra things, which Memento Mori seems like it might be a fairly new game, so it's really not doing a limited event, and Seven Mortal Sins has a limited event, but I haven't even progressed far enough in the story to really unlock it and engage with it. So, yeah, that's what I've mostly been wasting my time over the weekend. That and sleeping. Just a ton of sleeping. This always hits me. Certainly as you start getting into winter, it's just time to hibernate, sleep way more than even you normally do with insomnia and having that incredibly poor quality of sleep while still sleeping a ton. I also was watching Surreal Real Estate, which apparently was a sci-fi series that has a chance of actually having a second season. It's almost an attempt at making a supernatural without, which is a real smart move, honestly. Like, how would you make a supernatural without it feeling too much like Supernatural and being just immediately dismissed as a ripoff? You have it where instead of it's just two brothers actively hunting down monsters, it's a group of like 5 people who run a special real estate firm that specializes in haunted houses. Of course, I think you're going to very quickly need to break out from the haunted houses aspect there, and they probably need to get a new main actor. The main guy is kind of terrible, although they kind of do hint that he may be replaced. And in all fairness, Sam and Dean's actors were very young and not that good to start with either, and there's a certain level of silliness and just specialized type of acting needed for these type of shows. But yeah, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, certainly from a sci-fi series, and it wasn't inherently cancelled yet, as most sci-fi series are. Sci-fi, as a TV series, station, cable channel, probably is the #1 thing I've boycotted the most in my life. And I'm not sure it's really from a major place of anger, other than just, and maybe that is why the boycott on that has lasted so much longer than any other boycott. It's just like a general understanding of what sci-fi, once it went SYFY, became, and even before it went SYFY, it was kind of constantly in this situation where it was always trying to reinvent itself and always trying to get a different audience, a bigger audience than what it was getting, and always trying to target things that really aren't sci-fi in any way. So yeah, I kind of want to say I stopped watching the Sci-Fi Channel after, after the point where they stopped showing anime movies, and so even there I was coming to the channel really watching anime movies, and that's early SCI-FI sci-fi. That's way before they changed their name. So, I mean, it's not particularly accurate to to even say. That's not really when I stopped watching now, in all honesty. The truth is I probably stopped watching after something like Eureka happened, or Warehouse 13. But even at that, some of the shows they've had, I've been watching in other form factors, like Winona Earp and Van Helsing, two shows that were not really given enough time to do better shows. Then there was also a lot of Canadian shows. I've actually probably done a terrible job of actively 100% boycotting, and it's been very much more a 50% boycott of the Sci-Fi Channel for decades and decades, but it's been a consistent boycott of just kind of knowing that the channel will cancel things, and so you just shouldn't bother to get into it, or if they don't cancel things, it would get worse to the point you wouldn't want to watch it. Although inherently, maybe Sci-Fi has just done a really good job of maintaining its level of crappy presentations, and every other channel has just done such a horrible job in lowering the quality of its presentation. There are exceptions, like Supernatural, which they dragged on for 15 seasons, but if you start to think about just exclusively CBS, NBC, ABC, and Fox, the four primary over-the-air channels, none of those channels have had great long-running series, particularly any kind of sci-fi series that people would want to watch. Once Upon a Time ran a long time, but it was pretty bad. Lost ran for a long time, but it was pretty bad. But ever since like the first writer's strike, as we're now wrapping up the second writer's strike, major writer's strike in a while, ever since the failure of Heroes getting really bad, that was the end of even having that one or two sci-fi series on the major television stations. Now everything is just like NCIS and Blue Bloods and procedural cop dramas. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see all of those get way worse and get canceled in favor of just more unscripted live action things. Masked Singer, America's Got Talent, things like that. Late night versions of daytime things like Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune, things that'll just fill in time slots. Now, one of the things I haven't been paying a large attention since I'm a video game critic and not a TV movie critic, although I can be critical of those things, I just choose not to describe myself that way or go through the hassle of watching a lot of TV or movies. One of the things about the writer's strike is the union almost certainly made too much hay around the idea of AI generated scripts, and in the end they've gotten a concession which I think the union's moderately happy with, but I think legally still is in a very weird gray zone as far as copyright, in that they're saying they agreed that the management, the production studios could use AI to generate a script, but they have to disclose that if they hand it to a writer to do a second pass, and they have to then give full credits to the writer to doing the second pass, of saying this is wholly his original work, which legally it isn't by any means. And this is where the copyright is really going to fall through, is that the union is basically negotiating some rules here that are outside of what would make any sense legally, since the laws clearly said anything made by AI, even a derivative work, which would be a second pass of something made by an AI, would not be eligible for copyright. Like, you can't make a loophole here and say AI, which has been created by stealing all of the internet's creativity and other people's copyrighted work, and then making derivative work from that, AI is not going to get a copyright. A non-human is not eligible for copyright. So trying to make a loophole to say, well, let's say this human made it, when really the human just did a second pass rewrite of it, is just not legally going to fly. But that's what they effectively agreed to, is that writers, given AI scripts, have to be told it's an AI script to write up or do a second pass on, and then those writers get full credit, which full credit is really just the definition of them getting paid, which that does absolutely nothing for Hollywood accounting and nonsense like that, where people just don't get paid when they should be paid. And because that was the one thing everybody was talking about, that's also the only real concession I'm aware of in the whole negotiation. So in a lot of ways, it may be that they really didn't accomplish that much as far as improvement of wages or guaranteed employment or anything like that. Yeah. But from the outside looking in, the Hollywood writer's strike ending, I assume, is going to mean writers will get back to work, and then they'll hopefully be producing the same level of quality of work they were making a year and a half ago to 2 or 3 years ago, if not better, hopefully better. Still isn't really going to improve that much, though. The production companies still not really willing to take risks, and writers for TV and movies are not really willing to take risks. And so we're going to get the same old drivel that we have been getting. At a certain level, I certainly could sympathize with the thought, or at least entertain the thought, that maybe Hollywood should just fall apart and we should just let a new industry rise up from the ashes of production companies and the established writers and the established actors and things like that. And in a lot of ways, that is kind of what video games are, is that so that's why it always seems weird and stupid when you see like famous face actors coming in and having their face scanned to be in a Mortal Kombat game when their voice acting talent is pretty terrible. Or just stunt hiring of voice actors in general. I think we may not need to play too much more today on Yu-Gi-Oh! Was there any other big news? Well, I don't think this year, or perhaps any years going forward, there are any super scary horror games coming out on my channel. Halloween month, as I used to call it. And maybe I should bring that back. Certainly is a thought to consider, because it does seem like this is the time in which people are playing new games and not watching footage. Although at a certain point, maybe I should just, you know, not make footage at all. Just take all of October off. Absence maybe making the heart grow fonder. I don't think that would work. Like, you hear everybody talk about consistency. And yeah, I just question that thought. But maybe I should say, hey, this is the point where things get slow, so either I need to figure out how to counter less views and figure out a different type of content for more views. But I don't know what kind of different kind of content I want to make or could make other than horror games. MXR Plays is back to his old tricks, as it were. He's got Starfield mod as a thumbnail with two naked ladies and with just black bars over them as his thumbnail, and at one point he swapped the thumbnail to a lady in kind of a latex cat suit, skin tight suit, and then seemingly he swapped back to the naked ladies. And inherently, while I don't think I'm that far away from his hyper focused on nudity and nude mods content, like when I'm talking about every game that comes out on Steam, there's definitely a lot of extra talk that's needed to describe the adult games because I'm having to blur it out. But overall, I still feel like MXR Plays is doing 75-80% of his entire video is focused on adult content, where these live streams, particularly with an extra hour of Yu-Gi-Oh at the front, is really only doing maybe 20 to 30 minutes at most around adult games, because I'm talking about news and I'm doing so much others, and like I feel like that's something that YouTube is taking some accounting to it, although probably not too. Like inherently, I suspect if my channel became successful, they would reevaluate a lot of these live streams and decide retroactively that the live streams are not monetizable. Although, who knows? Like, it really is going to severely depend on just what is going through the heads of the people in charge of YouTube at that time. Because the rules are constantly slightly shifting. But yeah. I definitely do sympathize with his channel and rack my brain as far as how would he really do the kind of content that he clearly has passion for and still be monetizable. And I think he probably needs to just give up on monetizing on YouTube and have everything be a funnel to a Patreon way more. And there definitely are some YouTubers like that, where their monthly update, weekly update, however often they put something on YouTube, is just 100% built around funneling people to the Patreon censored videos. At a certain point, though, you'd almost have to have your videos on Vimeo, if that was going to be if it was going to be particularly explicit. I don't know if you can even have particularly explicit content on Vimeo. Speaking of not being able to have particularly explicit video on a service, I saw rumors that Japanese citizens are getting their hentai anime porn flagged in Google Drive. So if you personally upload the content to your own Google Drive, they're scanning it and flagging it and saying, we're not allowing this type of content for one reason or another. Mostly because they're claiming it's CSAM, child sexually abusive material. Which the Japanese law would definitely not say that a cartoon qualifies under that definition, even though some countries' laws will. There was a Korean man that was arrested for making AI-generated adult material involving children, but there is a big question there in that he's a South Korean citizen and porn in general is illegal in South Korea, which definitely explains why a Korean game like Destiny Child, which is full of lewd but not nude content, would exist, is that they're working within those limitations, and by working within those limitations they obsess on pushing the limit way more than if they just were allowed to have the nude type of material. So it'll be interesting to see if that court case goes anywhere in South Korea and how it gets reported on. I imagine he'll probably just plead guilty and maybe get thrown in jail, maybe just pay a fine for the general crime of making porn at all. Yeah. From a United States citizen's perspective, you would think that some of the anti-porn attempts and laws that have been put in place recently are very much based off of religious conservative beliefs. But from my opinion, I think it really has a lot more to do with controlling the working class and economics, although I do tend to see almost everything through economics, because particularly in the Asian countries where Christianity never really took control, there is a lot of anti-porn rules and regulations, and either that was brought in by Europeans and the British Empire, puritanical thinking that way, which would be somewhat based on Christianity, or at least using Christianity as an excuse. Even now, I think a lot of people are using Christianity as an excuse, and religion in general as an excuse. I think it way more has to do with just controlling the working class. And why, you kind of have to take a step back to think why and how does it control the working class. Well, if you make porn illegal, the hope there is that you would have more poor people who can't afford contraceptions, or contraception has been made illegal, to sleep with more poor women to have more poor babies who can then be more of your poor working class. Whereas if the working class all of a sudden said, life's not worth it, I can't afford to have children, and I'm just gonna look at porn instead of having a wife, well, then you don't have any poor working class. Then the middle class becomes the lower class, and then the upper class becomes the middle class, and they don't want that to happen. Meanwhile, the upper class, the super rich, they're still, they can afford to have as many children as they want, or as many contraceptives smuggled in, or as much porn as they want smuggled in, so it doesn't affect them. The laws often don't affect rich people anywhere as much as it would affect poor people, and inherently, if it is just a fine in the first place, then it is only illegal for people who can't pay the fine, and then it is just a taxed offense for people who can afford to pay the fine. I really am rambling quite a bit today. This should be our last game. On one of my other obsessions, I know I'm probably gonna need to program one of the Arduino type devices I have for one project, and then I'm gonna end up needing a couple more. I'm not heavily leaning into just immediately buying a Raspberry Pi 5, but I did see this, I believe it's called Seed Studio Xiao Xiao, apparently being simplified Chinese for small, and it is a tiny small ESP32S3 board. Adafruit has a Arduino QT Pi that is almost exactly the same pinouts and size, but the Seed Studio Xiao has a board-to-board breakout connector and an antenna connection for an external antenna, although it doesn't seem like it gives you a particularly good external antenna with it. Probably some off-the-shelf things. But most notably, they have a breakout board of a capacitive touchscreen for like a smartwatch that connects to the Xiao device, and with that I am kind of back in business on my project idea of making a smart pocket watch and seeing if I can actually get all those components to fit in even a slightly oversized pocket watch case, whereas the concern definitely was more that the sizes needed for those components would need to be just incredibly small. When you look at a teardown of like the new Apple iWatch, the circuit board there is incredibly tiny. Like, it's just a level of scale that you probably are going to struggle to emulate with even off-the-shelf maker parts. And you know, I'm still wanting to do quite a bit too. I want it to have LoRa, long-range wireless, LoRaWAN, or long-range wireless radio, or long-range radio. What does LoRa stand for? LoRa. Yeah, I don't know what that stands for, come to think of it. I think the LO is supposed to be long, and then the RA is supposed to be range. Yeah. So just long range. Did we get all the missions done? Everything except for dual and solo mode. So, yeah, I'm teasing buying some components and trying some more projects. noticeably though, there's still some projects and some Lego sets that I'm not making a lot of progress on, and there is a new Lego set I do want to buy, and one in, one out should be the bare minimum of what I'm accomplishing on Lego sets, if not really 2 or 3 sets being done for every new one being added. But yeah, I've been kind of investigating that, particularly with the capacitive touchscreen having like a real-time clock built into it, and having the compact flash SD card connection built into it. There's room for something cool there to be built, but it may very well also still be kind of a first attempt that can't quite fit in the GPS and the LoRa modules, which are separate modules, or can't quite fit in a wireless power charging receiver, or which really want that. So, or the components may still just be too big for what I need. I may really be 10 years away from being able to build something without hiring somebody to make custom circuit boards and squeezing everything in it. Let's go through the big news. Obviously I'm not super interested in the news today since I've mostly rambled for an hour. Just catching up. Sony has announced a Spider-Man 2 PS5 console bundle. Okay. The Epic Games Director of Publishing Strategy is leaving the company. This is the creator of Steam Spy, Sergey Galoyankiv, helped launch the Epic Games Store. So maybe that would be a bit of a hint that the Epic Games Store is going to get less support. Or maybe it just is a hint that it's going to get more support and they just want new blood in charge of it, because the Epic Games Store has really failed to actually compete with Steam in features or in, I imagine, user base. He is almost certainly part of the 830 was the actual number. I've heard people that were laid off of Epic in general, although I'm still not sure that almost all of that may have been Bandcamp employees, or not that many people, since they were saying it was 16% of the company, which is still a huge amount. So he may just be one of the many people that were laid off, or he very possibly was a manager who wasn't laid off in the 830 number, but then when all the dust settled after a couple days, he looked around and saw that he didn't have very many or anybody under him, and thus he couldn't be a manager because he didn't have a team, or he didn't want to be a manager for his remaining team. Or maybe he just, after a couple days, thought about it and said, hey, I don't really want to be part of a company that's just laid off this many people. There's also rumors, and I'll just leave them as rumors, that the main guy, Tim Sweeney of Epic Games, and several other managers sold stock, basically did some insider trading, which would be the second insider trading scandal in the past 12 months, if it's true, before the announcements of the layoffs. So, yeah. It would be interesting to see if anybody investigates that, and if anybody gets in trouble for that. Although, in all fairness, the people in Japan who did the insider trading didn't seem like they particularly got in that much trouble. 2K says it is now the perfect time to upgrade, as it plans to shut down WWE 2K22 22 in January. yeah, if really they're just admitting that they're not even supporting their game for even 13 months at most, they're only keeping it for 12 months. That's pathetically short, and that is not the perfect time to upgrade. It's the perfect time to stop playing WWE 2K22. I would suspect that WWE probably needs to break out from its contract at this point with 2K and have multiple licenses of multiple different types of games and characters showing up in games. There is an alternate universe, almost certainly, where The Rock as a persona would just be licensable as a character, showing up in, say, the Friday the 13th game, showing up in Mortal Kombat, showing up in multiple fighting games, showing up as a cute little chibi version of himself in a Smash Brothers game. Like, clearly, WWE would do way better licensing out individual characters, individual appearances of characters to multiple games, have 3 or 4 different wrestling focus games come out, one that maybe is just a gacha game on cell phones, which I do think there probably is something like that, but I'm not sure that the one I'm thinking about is still popular. That would have been almost 6 or 7 years ago that the gacha style collectathon mobile game I'm thinking about around WWE. But yeah, there should be at least 2 mobile games with WWE that I can name off the top of my head. There should be at least 3 or 4 AA, AAA games that come out. There should be real world pinball tables or Pinball FX fake pinball tables with WWE characters. You could have a whole series, a dozen of them, with classic characters on top of the newer characters too, like the Undertaker as a pinball table makes a lot of sense, certainly. And you just don't see that. Instead, you have this every year increasingly more boring wrestling sim in WWE 2K22, 23. It just gets worse. It's always buggy. It's never really cared for. They never really try for anything. They make the graphics look somewhat nice, but I don't even know where 2K's strategy on that is, because it seems like they're spending so much effort to improve the visuals of their characters and try to make them realistic and try and push the uncanny valley as far back as humanly possible. But then those efforts and that technology doesn't really play into any other 2K games, because it's not like they have a hyper realistic like first person shooter. They don't have Call of Duty, and they have Borderlands, and Borderlands has that art style, that cartoony comic book art style. So improving your visual technology for wrestling doesn't really work or help. You're just improving it slightly for other 2K sports games. And it's a sad statement, but I wouldn't be 100% surprised if the studies perhaps show that the reason why the gamer bros, the people who I often feel like aren't really much of gamers, are getting games that are visually hyper realistic, is because maybe they have studies that say, hey, if this character looks even slightly cartoony, we lose 10% of our fandom, because our fandom has no creativity and doesn't want any creativity. They want a really realistic simulation. But inherently, I don't think that that audience is ever a happy audience anyway, so I don't think they know what they want. I think you get away from the graphics and have better gameplay and multiple games, people would be much happier with that. I think WWE would be much richer with more licenses. If anything, it's almost like Vince McMahon, and very possibly this is the case, thinks this is what video games should be for WWE, as just a way of almost stepping on the toes of real wrestling when it really shouldn't be the case. Even in the pandemic, when WWE was at its worst, it almost would have made sense at that point to pull the trigger and say, hey, for decades we've had 2K work on these improvements, so let's just have straight up animated fights that are being simulated and put them on our streaming service, or replace like one of our live shows with that. But they didn't even do it then, so it's never going to happen. Moving on, there's a rumor that Team 17 is reportedly planning significant job losses. The publisher CEO is also set to leave, it's claimed. It's somewhat believable. Even in this Video Games Chronicle article, they're highlighting the problem with Team 17, in that Team 17 gained its popularity and success from decades previous, making the Worms series, and most recently has turned their back on making Worms game in favor of making Overcooked and moving out and trying to be a publisher and not really succeeding on that front. Team 17 has been very sporadic in its actions over the past few years, more than most game developers, but we are seeing a very familiar pattern in which that game developers just at some point ran out of ideas and stopped wanting to be a developer and wanted to become a publisher. And inherently this may be just the downfall of the idea that publishers should exist at all, because publishers seem to just encourage people to stop being creative. This is, I suppose, a somewhat weird bit of information that KFC has managed to do to keep themselves somewhat relevant, in that they've given a Zelda player a $10,000 chicken trophy for a 11 herbs and spices speedrun, recipe run task players with cooking chicken. I assume that this is in Zelda Breath of the Wild. Okay. To win the competitions, players had to show their inventory was empty, then travel to Bedrock Bistro restaurant in the game. There they had to speak to a Goron called Gomo, who looked similar to KFC's founder, Colonel Sanders. KFC referred to him as the Goronal in the speedrun rules. After talking to Gomo, players had free reign to explore the land, with Dane to be collecting one raw bird drumstick, oil, and 11 different herbs and spices. Then they had to cook the fried chicken, at which point the run would end. Players were allowed to use teleports, but weren't allowed to use glitches or buy any of the ingredients, except for the oil. They had to find that using in the game world. So that's kind of a funny way to make yourself somehow integrated to Zelda, but it doesn't, I think, really do anything for Zelda or make Zelda more interesting or make people really want to replicate that speedrun. I seriously doubt that this 11 herbs and spices speedrun goal will become an official event. If it is, it's just going to be done as a joke on like Games Done Quick or something. For them talking about that character Gormo, they've really done a terrible job of not having a screenshot of him. 1 minute and 7 seconds. 7.800. Let's see. Yeah. The entire run. So here's what the guy looks like. At a certain point, it probably is a bad idea to encourage in the game to eat fried chicken, although the Japanese eating fried chicken is almost certainly not going to be anywhere as difficult as unhealthy as, say, Americans eating fried chicken. I imagine the oil and the amount of chicken you'd be eating in Japan is much smaller proportions and somewhat healthier. Now, weirdly, this video is not actually going to show the format, the entire run, nor is it going to particularly emphasize the trophy there. Just that one little screenshot, which that's kind of sucks. Yet for something that looked like it was only a minute long, it would have made a lot of sense to just show the entire speedrun. Of course, this is just integrated advertising, and this is not something you want to see happen a lot, or probably ever. It would be very annoying if all of a sudden every single game had some kind of KFC, McDonald's style advertisement in it around food and fast food. I would rather see the fast food industry just fall apart. And honestly, I think we'd be better if we went back to things that were more healthy diners or soup kitchens, government run food procurement locations. Like, we really don't have any justification for the always on the road busy lifestyle that happens far too much in the United States these days. We have cell phones, we have Zoom meetings, and the jobs are not time sensitive and that demanding. So fast food as a concept really should die out as an old-fashioned idea, in my opinion, in favor of healthier food, slower cooked food, better food. Moving on, fans are calling the Sonic Frontiers DLC the hardest gameplay in any Sonic game. I immediately assume that means because it's buggy. Like, I can't assume that it's supposed to be difficult. Sonic Frontiers in general feels like it might be a little bit of a difficult game, but it still feels like it's for kids as a Sonic game, so I don't see why you would make a Dark Souls Sonic type experience. And even when I say Dark Souls really isn't that difficult. You just have to know what you're doing. It's not button difficult. Although, while I'm playing Fury, there is a parry system in it that you have to get really good at, where it flashes a bright light on the weapons and you have to hit the B button to parry it. Otherwise it will do massive damage to you. So fans, I guess, are frustrated. Let's see, here's a Twitter video saying this is the Sonic Frontiers Update DLC experience in a nutshell, and that she tried to jump to the top of a very high platform and now she's just falling all the way downward, although it seems like she's not really trying to do anything to stop herself from falling all the way down. So it seems like the real complaint here is that this is like an only up game for Sonic, in that you're just constantly going higher and higher. I could see how that could be very frustrating. And again, it seems like they're trying to land, but not doing a great job. So yeah, I don't know if that's difficulty as much as that's just frustration. And the easiest solution there would have been to have a instant kill, instant respawn fence below a certain spot. So if you fell, you would either take full damage and reload to a checkpoint from fall damage, or just instant respawn to a checkpoint. That was some of the complaints, or some of the difficult things I have seen about Sonic Frontiers. I still totally would want to play it, but I do definitely have some concerns that some of the platforming sections might be a little difficult and a little time consuming. Kamiya said he was leaving Platinum, and so apparently the fans asked him about Project GG, and his response was to, quote, ask Platinum about the status of Project GG. Project GG was set to be the conclusion of Kamiya's superhero trilogy. I don't know what he specifically means, though, as far as what that superhero trilogy would have been. Beautiful Joe and the Wonderful 101. So Project GG was supposed to be in that same vein of Kamen Rider style superheroes. So that may be some more insight as to, in part, why Kamiya is leaving Platinum Games, is that he wanted to see Project GG go somewhere, and Platinum Games is just going in a different direction. Although inherently, I don't think Beautiful Joe or Wonderful 101 are directly connected, so if he goes to a different company and makes something that is very close to what he had in mind for Project GG, it's very possible that still would happen. But yeah, it is also fairly easy to say, hey, I'm leaving the company. Ask the company if you want to know the response. Although inherently that also shows a problem with Japanese people on Twitter, is they get asked questions and then they respond to it, when globally it is just smarter to not respond, because some reporter somewhere is going to make a lot more of a deal than it is in your mind if you do respond to something. And just most people, particularly on Twitter, have not learned the no comment response, as far as just don't respond at all, just pretend like you didn't see it and move on. That'll be best for your business, that'll be best for the industry, and it will be best for Project GG. You're inherently creating bad blood as you're leaving by sending people who are potentially rabid fans to Platinum Games. Now, asking about Project GG when Platinum Games probably doesn't want to talk about Project GG at the moment, but maybe in the future they would have wanted to work on it or talk about it, but now they're reconsidering that, potentially because of the bad blood being potentially created. Speaking of potentially creating bad blood, Starbreeze says that its server issues that have been plaguing the game since launch are now fixed. The company will now intensify commercial activities initially planned, so they're going to try and make money now that they fixed all the bugs, is what they're saying, which, yeah, that doesn't sound particularly attractive as a thought, and it's questionable whether you should really believe that every single server issue has been fixed, but whatever. We'll see if the reception to Payday 3 starts to go up. At the moment, I'm fairly certain Payday 3 is either mixed or negative on Steam, just because of the server issues for the most part. Nicholas is bringing online multiplayer to The Binding of Isaac. Over a decade after the initial release, The Binding of Isaac will get a new lease on life with the arrival of online co-op. Now, I think new lease on life for The Binding of Isaac is not accurate at all, because it's maybe not even a good pun for the game. It probably would have been a better pun to say it would have Binding of Isaac is getting reborn again with online multiplayer, because this would be, I assume, an upgrade to the Binding of Isaac Rebirth remake of Binding of Isaac as some extra bit of DLC. But there's really never been a case in the past decade that the niche cult fandom of The Binding of Isaac hasn't been there. So it's never really lost its life. It's as popular now as it was pretty much when it first became popular and first launched. Co-op is not something I've ever engaged with, and for the most part, people that were streaming it that were doing co-op were using outside software to have co-op happen anyways online. So integrating it is a great idea, particularly for people who would be playing it on like the Switch or something. But you have to have a certain kind of friend that wants to play The Binding of Isaac with you in the first place, and there's potentially a lot of stepping on toes that could happen while you're playing co-op. Weirdly, it does seem like it couldn't be like 4-player co-op. The one thing I could see with there is a potential improvement that can happen, certainly, to The Binding of Isaac, that could happen by having 2 to 3 friends play with you to make the game a little bit easier, because the game has just ever increased the amount of objects and the amount of difficulty with the amount of objects for modes, and people have just gotten really, really good at The Binding of Isaac over 10 years. So a new player is going to have, I bet, more struggle today than he would 5 years ago to try and unlock everything and see all the content in the game. There's a story here, and I missed this story completely. Binding of Isaac has had a long shelf life thanks to add-on releases over the years. Repentance was the final collaboration between Nicholas and designer Edmund McMillan, as the two parted ways following allegations of Rodriguez's treatment of other employees. Now, I guess Nicholas is being run by Rodriguez. Shortly after Rodriguez's initial post, McMillan further commented, confirmed online co-op was coming to Isaac by simply stating, "It's happening, folks." Looking back on Isaac during its 12-year anniversary, McMillan reminisced about how he and the co-designer Florian Himsel really just wanted to take a big risk in making something weird special again. Thanks for accepting my boy into your lives. Certainly, after 12 years, McMillan and Rodriguez, and even Florian Himsel, who I've never even heard the co-designer's name, he must really have only been involved in like the original Flash version of the game. They've all aged and changed quite a bit, and it's inherently going to be a disappointing story at some point, because Rodriguez or McMillan are going to come out at some point in the future and go, I kind of denounce it. I'm not that much into it as a story, or these allegations of Rodriguez's treatment are going to cancel somebody. Here you have a Jason Schreier story from 2019. And this is what Kotaku story, which maybe that's why I didn't see it, is because I mostly ignored him. Inside the ghosting, racism, and exploitation at game publisher Nicholas. Well, clearly these accusations didn't stick or didn't go anywhere. Somebody being ghosted is not really anything of a story. I do vaguely recall a story or complaints about that, but that's just like, yeah, somebody's busy and bad at responding to you, you get ghosted. That's not a reason to put out an article and complain about people. Mistreating employees and outside developers based on fans have noticed public scuffles between Nicholas and game developers. But extent to this history has yet to be revealed, so really this is an attack piece at this point, where you're mentioning fans' comments without really linking to it, although maybe you're linking to it there, and then you're implying more. Or former employees seem to have been sought out by Kotaku to make this hit piece. Rodriguez pressured them to drink heavily, made racist jokes. Who knows? I'd have to hear the jokes, frankly, and know the context of the jokes to even care about that, really. Oscillate between berating and ignoring them. Racial and ableist slurs, racist jokes, anti-Semitic comments during work conversations. Yeah, I question if any of this is in any way really that legitimate. Like, you kind of, when you look at The Binding of Isaac, there's a lot of poop humor, there's a lot of dark humor, there's a lot of anti-religious humor, and so I imagine in the creative process of thinking of what kind of humor or parodies, insulting in your face content would you put in Binding of Isaac, I could see all those things being thrown out and then thought better. This clearly is a hit piece, and from Kotaku they went nowhere in my opinion, and that's why I never even heard of it. Of course, you have GameDeveloper.com with their own agenda, bringing up an old hit piece when I bet if you actually went to the source and asked Edmund McMillan why he parted ways with Team Nicholas, he would tell you a much longer and much more detailed, perhaps completely different story. So anybody who owns the Repentance DLC, to get back to the important part of this story, as far as Binding of Isaac getting online multiplayer, is going to get the update to the online multiplayer, which I haven't actually bought the Repentance DLC myself yet. But also I don't have any friends I'd play online with, and I don't think I'd want to play with online random people, although maybe there is a thought there. But yeah, overall I find this incredibly disappointing to just have a positive announcement get absolutely shit on. There's no other way to say it, by GameDeveloper.com, because they want to make controversy. They don't like Binding of Isaac because of its themes. They don't like that a non-mainstream game has had a massive amount of success. Almost certainly the Binding of Isaac, in its couple of versions of being sold, has outsold way a lot of games, and may be in the top 25 of all the best games as far as sales ever. So yeah, I find that fairly disappointing. Now what I don't find disappointing is Steam Deck put out an update of the top 20 games played on the Steam Deck in the past month. And you can see that there is kind of a very high level of quality of these games that are being played. Binding of Isaac Rebirth being one of those games as far as the top 20 games. Like, you're not seeing a lot of AA games or simplistic single A games here. Alright, well, unfortunately I've talked too much, so I'm gonna pause the video and run to the bathroom, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah. I suppose I could just have a stream going forever and pause and have breaks in the middle. I don't see how that helps that much, but obviously there is some logic to that on YouTube. The chill beats to study to live streams that just go on for hours and hours and ever and ever, like those ideas in general probably do get the algorithm confused in some way and get it recommended. Although in all fairness, I haven't actually seen any of those chill beats to study to live streams suggested to me recently. So either the algorithm has personally decided I don't want to watch those, which it would be right about that, or they've changed how the algorithm works. It is rather unfair, certainly, to potentially have something go on for thousands and thousands of hours and then it get recommended because there happened to be 1 hour in which people watched it quite a bit. Although they say everything is based on watch time, so watch time in theory should balance that all out, but I'm not sure it does, because inherently a lot of things are just not getting clicked on and not getting recommended in the first place for watch time to be equal amongst different content creators. Moving on to the news, Video Games Chronicle says that Todd Howard says that Starfield was intentionally made to be played for a long time. Howard said he learned from fans' reaction to Fallout and Skyrim. Which Fallout is he specifically referring to there? Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout New Vegas. Like, those are all fairly different games. I finally did hear somebody comment on the general idea of what the ending of Starfield is, and that effectively just puts you in a position, they said, to play the game a second time, but they really didn't enjoy the main story aspect of Starfield, which that is somewhat in line with some of the other Bethesda games, as in that the main story paths are not the fun part. The mission and faction paths, the side missions and faction paths are more entertaining. But yeah, I really am not hearing anybody sing the praises of Starfield at this level, and it's been long enough to go ahead and just assume that Starfield is alright, but nothing particularly special. It'll be interesting, I suppose, to see if anybody really even puts it in its Game of the Year category, or if it is, for the most part, just going to be a forgotten middle of the road experience. One of the things I would say is it doesn't really feel like Starfield has done anything innovative or new or interesting with it being a new series, where it feels like you could have done something new or innovative. I even heard of a mod that lets you highlight vendor trash so you don't pick it up, and to a certain version of the mod it straight up will just eliminate vendor trash so you don't even see it, and that it just declutters the game, which may be a smart move, honestly. We are probably at a point where certain people with OCD would like to play a game like Skyrim or Starfield, but then it would be better for their mental health to install a mod to declutter and remove the vendor trash items that have no value. Which it does still seem like even that little quality of life is not something that Bethesda games are willing to do. Particularly in Starfield, you could have crossed the line and said, hey, we're in a sci-fi futuristic world. Why don't we just let you pick up items and then dissolve it into 5 or 6 base materials? That each material would have maybe an organic element to it, a heavy metal element to it, light metal, water element to it, earth, things, soil, or a level to it. Yeah, you could say when you pick up this kind of trash, you can just break it down into those 5 or 6 elements. Then you can craft with those 5 or 6 elements bullets and things like that. That's I'm thinking of like the game Prey, where you find items and then you put it in a recycler, and the recycler breaks it down into 4 or 5 different materials that turn into just cubes. Have that do that automatically in a Starfield game, and then you'd have a quality of life improvement. Plus you would help push your games, at least in Starfield's case, away from your creator engine crashing by having way too much garbage moving around. Then there is potentially some other quality of life improvements you could also experiment with in Starfield, and Starfield just doesn't feel experimental at all when it really should be. Maybe they'll add some DLC and experiment more, but I doubt anybody would really even care if they did at that point. Let's see. Dying Light 2 has put out a roadmap that includes new missions, new difficulty, and more. Quality of life updates and new weapons are also on the horizon. So that seems like good news, although in part I think this is also on the backdrop of Dying Light 2, I believe, announcing that they were going to add in-app purchases to make it easier for Techland to sell things. They reimagined the DLC in the different ways, is what I basically got from it, to make their life easier. Maybe not making the player's life easier, and maybe not making the game better in any way. It's funny you don't see more of that, though, after a game is launched. You don't see people saying, hey, let's just reimagining this and rethink it, and maybe we thought of a better way to display this information or have the inventory work. What you have is something like Disney Speedstorm, where or other games where they just go free to play, and even then it feels like that was always the plan originally anyways, unless they're changing the monetization method of a game. They don't really try to change too much of a game, and maybe that is in part a good thing, because changing how a game works is inevitably going to be poorly received by some percentage of your fandom who like the game the way it was originally released. And so maybe you have to do all those experimental changes before you release your game and do internal testing, and that's the most you can do. Let's see, Nier Automata had a 6th anniversary live stream. That was yesterday. I doubt that there's too much of anything new being announced here. Let's see, this is a 3-hour and 28-minute long Japanese presentation where you have just multiple people sitting, talking, taking interviews. I imagine this is the guy that always wears this head and is just being silly, and yeah, assuming that is true, you can see it is just a Japanese guy. There's nothing particularly special about him or the way he looks. He doesn't have a huge scar across his face or anything like that. But you can definitely see this is a very, very Japanese presentation. They're showing off what are probably posters or pencil boards, collectibles, things that either are coming or things that have already been released. Here you can see some statues and things on display. And this is probably a fairly tiny room with like 30 to 60 people in it. But yeah, as far as I can tell, there's not any real major announcement to be made. If there is, it's this video being shown right there at the end. Remember, Platinum Games wanted to go games as service. So even if there was a new Nier game involving Platinum Games, which the original Nier game wasn't really involving Platinum Games, as to my understanding, it would almost want to be a game as service experience, and that might ruin a lot of things. And everything I'm seeing here very possibly is just from Nier Automata, because I haven't actually played the game, so I don't really know. Although some of this looks like it could easily be a case of there being more Nier. At a certain level, Nier Automata may just be too wild and crazy of a game to benefit from having a sequel, and it might be better if the Nier series just ended, or if the Nier series was handed to a different team and the Automata subtitle is retired. There's quite a few characters in Nier Automata as you get deeper into the game, which I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people didn't get that deep. See, this is just a trailer for Game of the Yorha edition, Game of the Year edition for the PS4. And I doubt that's an announcement for anything new there. That's just them putting out a trailer for something old. There's no year on this, so it's just like 10/1, so October 1st at 6:30. So that would have been the time it streamed. No year there. Yeah. And notably, I haven't seen any new news implying that they did announce anything big there. A 6th anniversary not likely to have that much of an announcement. Like 10-year anniversary, probably a remake gets announced, or a bigger experience, but a 6-year anniversary is just an odd number. Let's see. Ubisoft, according to GameDeveloper.com, quietly laid off 6 employees to focus on communication. Ubisoft performed its second round of layoffs in a month on September, and a third for 2023. I could see 6 members of the community and social media teams being let go just because they're bad at their jobs. Because Ubisoft, I don't follow, I think, on Twitter, and they just really haven't done a great job of having anything to say or keeping them their company relevant and people talking about it, which inherently people created these basically fake jobs in social media and communication positions when it just didn't make a lot of sense for these jobs to exist. There should be perhaps one person in charge of community and social media, not 6 extra people you can lay off. Even in giant companies, yes, there should be one person in there, but I almost think that one person should either be the secretary of a business, because that's kind of what a secretary would do, or the mailroom of a business. Like, before we had online social media, if somebody wanted to talk to the company or know more information about the company, they would go to the front door, and then at the front door would be a receptionist, a secretary of some sort. I guess a receptionist more than a secretary would be a term to use. Of course, secretaries, receptionists, assistants, all of those people nowadays try to redefine their job title to sound more important than they are, and just hide the fact that they are doing basic work. But somebody has to do the basic work a lot of times anyways. But yeah, in the old days, you would go to the front desk, a receptionist would tell you about the company, or they'd give you a pamphlet about the company. They'd take your comments or quotes. If you wanted to say something, they'd tell you who to talk to if they really were going to let you through the door, which in most cases they probably shouldn't let you through the door if you're going to talk to a public relations person without a meeting, an appointment, but they might set up an appointment, things like that. So it would make a lot of sense for the receptionist at the front of the desk to also be in charge of running your TikTok, Twitter sites, and deal with people that are virtually coming to the front door of it. Plus, I imagine a lot of receptionists would somewhat enjoy having more to do instead of sit around doing nothing. Which that is the stereotypical thought, is that the receptionists at a lot of places are just sitting around doing nothing for most of their day, just being there when needed. But yeah, I feel like one person, even in a fairly large company, is needed for that. One person probably is needed for it, though. I have also seen companies that have done a pretty terrible job of having an online presence, but a lot of companies aren't getting any business from the online presence and never would, and realize that they never would anyway, so there's not a good reason to really engage with that. Unfortunately, Twitter in particular convinced far too many people that they needed to be on Twitter. Remember, there is threats and speculation, and Elon Musk has said it, and you just have to question if it actually happens, that they were going to charge everybody to use Twitter. Like, you couldn't read tweets, you couldn't post tweets, you couldn't have an account without paying some kind of amount of money, and inherently that would be the death knell of Twitter. Nobody's going to pay money to be on Twitter, particularly since there's just not that good of content on most Twitter. It makes me very happy to know my macros are not reliant on Twitter anymore, and they haven't been for a while, so I could still cover my news pretty easily. I would miss out on a lot of big stories potentially, but I definitely could survive abandoning Twitter. Unfortunately, there hasn't really been any competition. The whole Facebook Threads idea has not been mentioned in months. But we also, as far as video game fans, are in this weird situation where 6 employees being laid off is not news at this point. When you're talking about 830 employees being laid off at Epic, this, in comparison, is just too small potatoes to even mention. Well, you mention it, but you can't really worry about it or think about it. Like, particularly knowing that it's the social media team that so often do such a terrible job anyways. Particularly in Ubisoft's case, they've done a terrible job because I've just never even seen a Ubisoft tweet. Apathy is way worse in that case than anger, and I'd much prefer to have seen Ubisoft tweets and thought that they were all terrible and ridiculous. I'm stretching to get my emergency backup water jug. Yeah, never have enough water. Moving on, the first Pokemon / Hatsune Miku crossover song has been released. You have a Pikachu with a bandage on its ear and a much more cartoony Hatsune Miku than you usually see her, with a Pokeball with a heart on it. Let's see. Let's just jump in here. We'll not watch all of this. But yeah, it is not a 3D depiction of Hatsune Miku at all, as I assume this is singing throughout all of this. It is still images and animations as it sings. And I assume Pikachu isn't really singing words in that. I imagine it's Hatsune Miku effectively serenading Pikachu, with Pikachu throwing in a Pika Pika every now and then. Ghostface from Scream may be coming to Mortal Kombat 1, which inherently I think it kind of makes sense to have horror characters as joke extra characters in fighting games, but it also screams this desire by Mortal Kombat 1 to be in the good graces and to be considered as good as movies, when really video games should be considered better than movies and shouldn't be appealing to Hollywood or trying to appeal to Hollywood. Every time it seems like a game developer starts to try to appeal to Hollywood, it just comes off as very pathetic. Randy Pitchford, for instance, in the Borderlands movie, definitely feels that way. And even like the Castlevania Netflix series feels a little bit that way, but in that case it's Konami, so Konami had already felt like a pathetic company that didn't want to make video games. So we had already known that. I will make exceptions for like the Sonic movies and the Mario movies, in that those are kids' forms of entertainment, and I can see why having a broader appeal in multiple different forms of media makes sense. But there's never really going to be a Mortal Kombat movie that is as important as the Mortal Kombat games. Mortal Kombat games are never going to be designed with enough polish to feel like they are a big budget Hollywood movie. Even if they did have all the money in the world, they still wouldn't really feel like a Hollywood movie because of the interactivity of video games. It's just really comparing apples to oranges, and I don't know why the apples, video games in this case, are so desperate sometimes to be compared to the oranges. Let's see. Oh, this was the guy of Lollipop Chainsaw. I mentioned this, where the Lollipop Chainsaw remake was being made and they showed off Juliet in this bloody rabbit costume, and he was being very careful to say it would be uncensored. And I just don't understand why he's... I kind of get his concern here, that he's saying uncensored because there's this real concern that it will be censored regardless of what he's saying. Arguably he's saying it too much, but in this costume's case, The only thing you really could censor here would be the blood, and that would almost certainly be more censored in Japan than in the West. There's just no skin showing, which is what would get censored for this costume at all. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this because this is being translated. Yeah, I think I'm misunderstanding this. I'm thinking what they may have announced is that they were going to make several new costumes for this remaster, which I think this is really just a remaster and not a full remake of the Lollipop Chainsaw, which, in fairness, a remaster probably is the smart first step. I think what he's saying here is that here is the one outfit, and we promised also that we were going to make a second outfit that we're calling an uncensored outfit. And so he's saying we will also make this second uncensored Juliet costume to meet your expectations, which that makes a lot more sense, because it definitely didn't make any sense that people would worry about this costume being censored. It does make sense though that people would worry about the game being censored. And yeah, it is questionable. Here we can see Juliet in her normal outfit in the game, as far as just how uncensored would be. And because I doubt she's going to be full on nude, and I doubt that'd be even that interesting. So I could see maybe an outfit where she's just in underwear with no skirt, but I don't see it going any further than that. And I don't even think that's particularly that interesting. I would think maybe a different outfit, different school cheerleader outfit, or a military outfit, or something like that might be more interesting. So yeah, they're calling it a remake. Interesting, not a remaster. Yeah, it's probably smarter to make a remake. I just am surprised they got the funding for it. There is certainly a major danger in making Juliet just not the character people remember, because she is very much, while violent, a manic pixie dream girl type character, and so her dressing up like Bayonetta in all black just wouldn't really suit her style. She's supposed to be a bright, colorful cheerleader who just gets trapped in a zombie apocalypse. Moving on, Postal has announced a game called Postal Brain Damage coming to the PS4 and 5 in 2023. Or, well, it's already available on PC. I didn't realize it was already available on PC. Part of the problem, though, with the Postal series is that Postal 4 was pretty terribly received. And I'm not sure Postal 3 was particularly well received, and I'm not sure even Postal 1 was particularly well received. That being said, this one is overwhelmingly positive, so they do have some level of reception there. Here, let's see. We'll just go through Postal 4, and I guess it has gotten better reviews since I last looked at it, although it's still very much tinkering around the 75% mark. think a big problem with the idea of Postal is that it's just all supposed to be kind of a joke game, and the joke ran somewhat thin as far as just running around and shooting things, when you have better examples of that where the like Saints Row games are probably a smarter move, or GTA is probably a smarter move. The original Postal game is very positive, you can see here. Or Postal 2 is overwhelmingly positive. Wow. And then some DLC here. Yeah. I probably have done a very poor job of making sure I purchased DLC by having it on my wish list. I probably have been saying only have DLC on the wish list if it's for games I've already purchased. This Postal brain damage, though, is also way different in its color palette. It definitely feels more like a Unity asset flip game than something that is in this red color palette for its thumbnails, although the actual screenshots of the games look fairly similar, so I don't know why you would bother to have such a different thumbnail. Although, in fairness, I would say this thumbnail is way easier to read or get a sense of than this is. The idea of going postal, even as a concept, really has fallen apart. Like, people don't use that phrase, and the last time a postal worker went crazy and shot up a place was decades ago, so it's an undeserved phrase. If anything, the going postal phrase should be replaced with school shooter, going school shooter, or teenager Columbine. It would make much more sense. Let's see. This group I've never heard of called Games Leadership was retweeted. Apparently they're a non-profit organization helping building effective leaders in the game industry via Discord. Maybe they're not doing much else, but they did say they're offering emergency group sessions to those affected by the current game industry layoffs. These are designed for those currently navigating these changes and offer some strategies for what you might do next, which is an interesting it's an interesting thought, but a lot of times these kind of organizations are either really ineffective or downright anti-effective, perhaps even dangerous, in that they're just giving you bad advice. So there's always a case to be careful where you get advice from and not just listen to a random Discord Twitter account. Although if you've got nothing to lose, it's probably better than nothing. Nvidia's French offices were raided over anti-competitive concerns. The graphics card company has caught the attention of the France's competition authority for its deep relationship with cloud-focused companies like Microsoft and Google. So in a lot of ways, this is France trying to attack Microsoft and Google, who probably don't have that many offices in France or any offices in France, by attacking Nvidia instead. It's one of these stories where, on one hand, most gamers have fairly legitimate complaint around Nvidia and that they have gouged us and charged way too much for graphics cards and created artificial shortages and targeted Bitcoin mining for a long time. And Nvidia in general has just made games worse for the entire industry by having some bad proprietary features that often has encouraged game developers to not support, say, Intel integrated graphics or AMD or ATI graphics, more likely, more than the integrated graphics. And as such, there are games out there that have ray tracing but don't have DLSS, or they have GeForce Sync or instead of FreeSync, a more open source adaptive refresh rate standard. But I imagine even if France does have it out for Nvidia, they're not actually going to make Nvidia change its ways in any way. They'll probably just fine them at most, and if Nvidia disappeared tomorrow, that'd be a real problem for gamers. Like right now, as I'm thinking of potentially building a computer in the next few years, my recommendation still is to buy an Nvidia graphics card and an Intel CPU. Even though AMD Ryzen may get you better performance, AMD Ryzen just has a bunch of other problems with it, and AMD graphics are even worse from what I have seen with bugs. So yeah, it still very much feels like, particularly if you're going to play old games, the Intel Nvidia combination is really your only choice. That doesn't mean you have to go full top of the line Nvidia. You can get a cheaper graphics card, particularly if you're just trying to stay at 1080p and get very high performance at fairly low resolutions and 60 frames per second. Same as kind of with the Intel CPUs. You don't have to go top of the line on those either. Minecraft Dungeons had crawled to 25 million players as active support ended. That leaves Minecraft Legends as one of the most successful and longest running spin-offs as far as Mojang's popular Minecraft game. Yep. And funnily, I couldn't even really tell you the difference between Minecraft Legends and Minecraft Dungeons. But neither one of them feel like they were that popular compared to Minecraft and needed to really exist. I do have to applaud Microsoft owning Mojang, actually trying to do something with Minecraft and have more games with the Minecraft characters. They just didn't particularly do a great job with what they came out with. I don't know what you would do much better. At a certain level, Minecraft is its own language. Minecraft is Minecraft. The Java edition of Minecraft is what people want and nothing else. No other substitutes, not an education version, not a Bedrock edition, not one with an e-store. So you can be monetized. People just want to play the one with the most features, which is the Java version, and probably always will be the Java version. So when you know Minecraft is bespokely really the only version that should exist, the only other idea is to just really merchandise or have spin-off games around like creepers and things like that. Creepers are super popular. It's a little crazy that there isn't a mobile phone game where you raise creepers or collect creepers or paint creepers in different ways, or tower defense with creepers, and you have just simplistic kids spin-off games around different characters like that. It's kind of silly that there isn't a Pokemon Go version of Minecraft where you're wandering around collecting different ores and resources or fighting creepers. I think mostly it's all about creepers, skeletons, things like that. If anything, they went too traditional with Minecraft Legends and Minecraft Dungeons, just making too traditional of a video game using non-traditional graphics, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's see. October's free Prime games, I think we'd already talked about this. The Coma Vicious Sisters, Coma 2 Vicious Sisters Deluxe Edition, Texorcist Bruno, Ghostwire Tokyo. Let's see, what else do we have? Is the Shoot 'em Up sale still going on? Or did it end? Looks like it may have ended because I'm not seeing a daily reward here, nor does it seem like this page is loading anything. Yeah, so this ended earlier this morning. So that's it for the Shoot 'em Up sale. Then these other two tabs were me just trying to see if I could get VLC to always launch on my second monitor, which I think maybe I need to go back and make in the command line command, make it so it always is in full screen mode, and then it would work the command line to DirectX device display 2 would probably work at that point. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 being the most played Steam Deck game is fairly crazy. So my macro seemingly ran and worked just fine. Like, it's totally possible that there would be a bug there. So Counter-Strike 2, I did check this. Counter-Strike 2 does reset it, and it does seem like the 24-hour peak of Counter-Strike 2 was just very, very high for the first day it was sampled, and still is very high even now. We are staying fairly consistent with Dota, but now that there's Counter-Strike 2 and Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and since they just forced everybody to change from CSGO to Counter-Strike 2, there will always be two colors about this level until the end of the year, at which point I imagine I'm going to either procedurally reset everything or delete all the data and archive it. We are seeing a drop overall, though, just a kind of slow descent from Baldur's Gate 3 and Apex Legends. It's Apex Legends and PUBG Battlegrounds, both kind of slightly falling down, where Baldur's Gate 3 is coming back up. Baldur's Gate 3 definitely peaks and valleys, and I assume some of this is coming straight from just updates or announcements. Cyberpunk 2077, with its new update, is back to this point, whereas people are playing Naraka Blade Point less. They're playing a little bit more of the base SDK kit, which that information is almost certainly useless and should just be filtered out. Then we're seeing bounces up in Wallpaper Engine, another one that potentially should be eliminated, and What is this? Starfield getting a bit of a bump too. And GTA 5 getting a bit of a bump. And then War Thunder is just right on the edge. Now inherently, I think I may just need to lower the minimum here to say 50,000 units or players being played, and then filter out a blacklist of things that aren't really games, because I just don't think it's particularly fair to say that the software development kit is really competing for the same people's attention that are playing Naraka's Blade Point or Naraka Blade Point. And so you're again comparing apples to oranges for no reason, and it would just be easier for this green line to not be here so that the chart is easier to read than to have to consider it. As far as the list, which shows us a little bit more, the first Descendant crossplay beta? Is that what that says? The first Descendant crossplay beta. A lot of people playing that. The first Descendant is not a game I'm familiar with. People are playing Party Animals and Rust still, somewhat. But weirdly, not seeing the wallpaper engine. It's basically the last one that makes it to this chart, and then it's a fairly quick drop off. Or War Thunder. Yeah, I don't get why these aren't in the right order. Seems like they aren't. Something's wrong here. I don't know what it is, but something is wrong. If this is War Thunder, then War Thunder should be right below Wallpaper Engine, not Team Fortress 2, which it is. So, yep, my chart and macro, probably the programming in the chart in this case, needs some more work. Inevitably, having an Excel spreadsheet and not really understanding the full depths of an Excel spreadsheet is going to make it more difficult to get that quite right. And that is basically to be expected, particularly since we're just handling a lot of numbers and trying to organize a lot of data points in a much more complex way. No sales right now happening on Steam, but I imagine fairly quickly, maybe in a month, maybe a month and a half, you will have a fall sale happen, a big fall sale of Steam games. Alright, let's quickly burn through the Video Games Chronicles news. I'm already going really late. Let's see. Epic says that Fall Guys remains a priority as Mediatonic at Mediatonic after reports of widespread layoffs, which, yeah, I'd assume even if you laid off most of the employees at a game development company, they're most profitable, most focused on game would still be a priority. You wouldn't just shift things completely, because if you were going to shift things completely, you'd just shut down the whole company instead of laying off everybody. Videos show a Call of Duty Doom themed shotgun and chainsaw bundle in action. The Doom Tracer Pack will be released in early October. So this is Doom themed weapons from like the first original Doom in Call of Duty, which at a certain point that feels like that's just a snake eating its own tail. Seems like there might also be skins for Diablo 4 in Call of Duty, which that seems a little weird too. Maybe Call of Duty is getting a little bit more desperate. Now, Doom content in Call of Duty is a license between two different companies, in Bethesda ZeniMax owning Doom and Call of Duty being owned by Activision Blizzard, whereas Diablo is just owned by Blizzard and Call of Duty is owned by Activision, so it's inside the same company, subsidiaries, sister companies. The continuation or conclusion of this story from Video Games Chronicle says that the Pokemon X Van Gogh collab ended in a disaster as scalpers appear to have snatched the stock. Which inherently, maybe 8 people selling things on eBay may not be that big of a deal, but there is a problem, and I won't get into a big rant here, in that it is very much pulling up the ladder behind you when you call people scalpers for buying a product and trying to resell it, when that is exactly what every single store and every single business that sells physical items does, is that they buy something, often from secretive factories that you don't know about across the world, usually China, and then they resell it to you. I saw a Slick Deals sale, for instance, for a Garmin emergency SOS device, and boy does it look like it is just a rebranding of a LilyGo Chinese product. Wouldn't be surprised if it is exactly that as far as the hardware inside, with just slightly different programming around it and a different plastic casing. But the product I'm thinking of cost about $30, and Garmin was selling it for about $300 plus services, monthly services to use it. Now, there is also a problem, certainly when you call scalpers, because they're just charging an exorbitant amount of money for things, or asking an exorbitant amount of money for things, when there has never really been any punishment in any country for a corporation doing the exact same thing. We've only fairly recently started to try and crack down on people price gouging for disasters, or price gouging for medical life-saving equipment. Don't get me wrong, I do think price gouging is wrong, and I do see why there is a hate for scalpers, but it is unfair to hate potentially, well, again, this may just be 8 individual scalpers, and then have not the same discord and hate for the thousands upon thousands of corporations that are doing the exact same thing to you. And often these corporations are doing it in a much more subtle, more nefarious way, not charging you $800 for a Pokemon card that is worth about $1, but instead charging you an extra nickel on every gallon of gas you get, or every egg you buy, just getting you in bulk on the resale over and over again, taking way more in the long run without making it obvious that that's what they're doing. It's very, very easy to say no to these entertainment scalpers selling worthless toys. It's very impossible to say no to buying gasoline, drinking clean water, using electricity, eating healthy food. All of those things are price gouged. Also, moving on, Sony has claimed it delisted the Knights of the Old Republic remake trailer due to music license expiring. Fans noticed the platform holder removed several posts related to the games. This reminds me, there was a story about how Unity removed their terms of service from GitHub, and I'm not sure I fully explained that because GitHub is a version tracking software, having your terms of service on GitHub makes it very easy for people to see when somebody would change their terms of service. And so them saying they deleted it because it had too few views is really just an absolute lie, because they deleted it so people would not look at it and see when they try to sneak a slight legal change in there to their benefit. The exact same version of terms of service on their website makes it fairly more difficult to monitor the versions. You could certainly download the terms of service with some kind of script every single day, and then you could run a program like Diff, which is basically what GitHub is doing, to tell you the differences of, as if any differences have been made. But I bet they would try and block that from happening also. Whereas GitHub is designed to track changes, even changes in terms of service. Moving on, we talked about Dying Light 2's roadmap. Apparently, Video Games Chronicle unboxed an extremely rare Lies of P limited edition. I don't know how extremely rare is, nor do I really want to watch an unboxing video of anything as a limited edition. It doesn't seem like there's anything here too interesting. Visibly, it doesn't even feel like there's a game in the box. We talked about Todd Howard saying Starfield was intentionally made to be played for a long time. UK physical sales for EA FC are down 30% compared to FIFA 23. A newly discovered Pokemon Scarlet and Violet bug can crash the game in the final battle. Which, I guess, if you're having trouble, look up this article and they'll tell you how to avoid it. Starbreeze said they fixed their server issues. We talked about Kamiya and Project GG. Talked about Sonic Frontiers DLC and KFC, Zelda, Speedrun, and Team 17, and this and that. Let's see. This might be slightly older news. Peter Molyneux's blockchain business sim is going to release next month. I am definitely not particularly expecting much from that. And then don't care about their video. And Sonic Frontiers DLC now being available. It is free DLC, so it being hard isn't really that big of a deal. And if it is the final bit of DLC, then maybe it's intentionally designed to be a little bit more difficult because they're not giving you anything else to play. Sony hides the trailer for the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake and deletes its announcement tweet. the game has reportedly been beset by problems over the last couple of years. So, on one hand, you either suspect that Sony is lying and saying that they took it down because of an expiring music license issue. On the other hand, you just take them at face value. Either way, it still seems like the Knights of the Old Republic remake is struggling to be made. We talked about Ghostface, talked about Minecraft Dungeons, talked about Hatsune Miku. Yeah, and again, I tried to install this game and it would not let me. Seems kind of ridiculous. It seems kind of ridiculous to release something in early access and then stop allowing people to sign up for early access, have a limited amount of early access. Overall though, I don't know if this Bethesda Castles game is really any better than Fallout Shelter. Maybe in the castle game you're going up instead of down, and maybe by going up you can just always add another level and just continue to play, where it feels like Fallout Shelter. At a certain point you just maxed out of space you could use and have. But I don't imagine there's too much of a difference there. It looks to me like there's a couple of currencies just at the face of it, so it's maybe a game like Fallout Shelter that just wants way too much microtransactions for what it is, when really it's a game that almost certainly should be free to play as advertisement for the Elder Scrolls series overall. Moving on to the Gematsu news. Let's see. Spy X Anna Operation Memories. This was a story we had already talked about, and they still refers to it as Spy X Anna Operation Memory, not Spy X Family Operation Diary, which, yeah, at some point there was either a major name change or just a really poor press release. Let's see, Gmode Archives on PC, now on Steam. I think we had already probably covered this, but it's not on the follow list, and it should be on the follow list if I made a YouTube short on it. Samurai Showdown rollback netcode has been delayed. All of this is fairly old. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name details its sub-stories, if you want to check that out on Gematsu. Blackfinger Jet Alpha version has a teaser trailer. Let's see. This already has a follow list listing. Honkai Star Rail version 1.4 update Jolted Awake from a Winter Dream launches October 11th. And that's for PC, PS5, and smartphone, mostly smartphone. Although I'm not sure if it's actually for Steam. Yeah. You can download the client from their own website, or you can get it from the Epic Games Store, or you can get it on cell phones, and you're probably better playing a game like this on cell phones if you're going to play it at all. A Chinese roguelike action game called Warm Snow is coming to the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One and Series and the Switch on October 20th. It first launched in January, which, yeah, this is definitely the kind of game I would have overlooked, but in this case we'll put it on the fault list. I think my fault list cleanup may have hit the wall and just gotten all the way to the Z games, or the last alphabetical games on the list, which means I need to manually either program it to account for that or manually reset it back to the first game on the list, which we've gone all the way around in 10 months when I was expecting it to actually take 12 months. So I'm going through the fall list fairly quickly, which is fine. Like, it doesn't matter how fast I go through the fall list. It's if I was going through the entirety of the fall list every week, it would be a little too much, but even then it doesn't break the system that way. I would just end up leaving a lot more games on the fall list instead of removing them. A game called Snufkin Melody of Moomin Valley demo is now available for PC until October 16th. Moomin Valley. I feel like this is based off of something, but I don't know what this is. I feel like I've seen this character before. Yeah, but I can't really place any of it. Gran Turismo Sport online services are going to end January 31st, 2024. Racing games in particular feel like they have a problem of online services ending too early. And really we should be doing a much better job of making it cheaper and easier to leave services up nowadays, and it just doesn't seem like that's the case. It should be getting cheaper and practically free to leave online services up for a lot of things. A new Memories Off visual novel called So Not Always True has been announced. This is a 25th anniversary release of a series. I'm not 100% sure I've seen any of the Memories Off visual novel series, but it does sound somewhat familiar. Let's see, a game called a Willy Wonka meets Bioshock first-person shooter called Twisted Tower has been announced for PC. What makes it Willy Wonka? What makes it Bioshock? Would be the question. Okay. One weird looking screenshot. Monsters. Is it the idea that it's a factory? Yeah. Inherently, when you say Bioshock, I assume it's two-handed shooting. One hand with magic and one hand with guns. I don't feel like any of these screenshots imply that there's a second hand with magic happening here. So that doesn't quite feel Bioshock-esque. Or distinctive environment, or maybe that's what they mean by Bioshock, and even there, I don't know if I really believe that. And then when you say Willy Wonka, that just means nothing to me in the form of video games. I don't even know what it really would mean. Are you talking about the original Willy Wonka movie, or the book, or the new remake of Willy Wonka, or the new prequel Willy Wonka movie that was just announced? And what are you taking from that? An eccentric person who had a factory of chocolate? Yeah. I think you're almost certainly setting yourself up for failure by making odd comparisons and just large comparisons like Bioshock, when Twisted Tower here could just have been described as climb a Twisted Tower game show, which Willy Wonka was not a game show, so shouldn't this really be closer to something like Bioshock meets I don't know what a good game show comparison would be. What is the Chinese one that Netflix had? Forget the name of that now. I want to say Ender's Game, but I know that's wrong. But that would be the better comparison, is that Netflix series that I can't remember the name of now, where all the Chinese people or Japanese people are in green suits, and then the enforcers have pink suits with shapes on their face, and they're all playing these simplistic kids games, but in very deadly versions of them. Moving on, instead of just being stuck trying to think of the name of that series. A retro-style action-adventure game, Bloodless, is going to be published by 3D Realms. Let's see what this looks like on Steam. Kind of a hard sell based on those visuals, but we'll give it a chance. Make a short from it. Wrath Aeon of Ruin launches February 27th, 2024 for PC. Let's see if we made a short around this. No. Increasingly, it feels like the wide gambit of first-person shooters is either widening or staying as wide as it probably shouldn't. And that you have some of these games that look like this is what a modern level of visuals would be if Doom was made today, or this is what a modern Doom game would look like, even though it's not super hyper realistic like the actual Doom remake. Which, yeah, in all fairness, if only one person was making a Doom remake, it probably would look something like this. A game called Core Decay Realms Deep has a 2023 trailer, and it too has a Steam page. I guess if it's not on the follow list, it can get another short. A game called Cultic with an interlude chapter now available for PC. So it's yet another horror first-person shooter that really just feels like it's all coming from... It's all coming too close to each other. It's too many games that look too similar. A over-the-top bullet hell first-person shooter called Bears in Space has been announced for PC, which over the top in video games is always a high bar, because you have to get pretty weird for a game to not to be considered over the top. Most games are fairly weird. A Phantom Fury demo is now available for PC. 6-minute demo showcase video was also released. Yeah, these are all getting published by 3D Realms, and so it does feel like 3D Realms hired different developers potentially to all make first-person shooter old school type games, and then weirdly is all releasing them and announcing them all together, really cannibalizing the effectiveness of any one of those individual games. A roguelike first-person shooter called Gunhead launches November 8th for the PC and PS5. Yeah, and this isn't a 3D Realms game, and you can see the graphics are a little bit more polished, but it is still very much competition. At this level, all these announcements makes me wonder if there was going to be a first-person shooter sale, or there was expectations of a first-person shooter sale from perhaps previous years, and it's just not going to happen. So now you have a whole bunch of first-person shooters getting released back to back. A game called Fallen Aces. Mike gets a phone call cutscene and 9 minutes of new gameplay is available. It's an interesting art style here. I wonder if that's what you're actually seeing here. It's like a 1960s comic book art style, but also that makes me suspect, as a first-person shooter game, that the first-person shooting element looks completely different. Yeah. Which, yeah, it does. This is an old school, like, mob comic book turned into a video game. Like something like Dick Tracy. Which, yeah. The Comics Code Authority kind of pushing comic artists to draw all gangsters as ugly at a certain point these days might even be a case of just anti-Italian sentiment there, and drawing so many mobsters who happen to also be Italian as ugly. It definitely created a unique art style, though, and it's just not an art style that's based on enough reality to justify it coming back. If you were going to do a new mob story, you very well may not use mobsters in the way they are depicted in the past. You may very well use other kinds of mobsters. Like, I'm not sure you would want to do a mob story in the first place. Like, I think you easily could do a Mexican gangs mob story. It's basically the same thought, but you probably wouldn't call it directly a mob story then. If there was really a major demand for mob stories, then there would be an occasional mob movie or TV series, and we haven't really seen any of that either. I need to hurry up. Dusk HD has been announced as a free update launching in December. Does this have a Steam link? Yep, doesn't really look like anything of interest, but whatever. Basically making a YouTube short for anything that Komatsu publishes. Rip Out launches in early access on October 24th for PC. This is another 3D Realms game, but in this case, this 3D Realms published game has a different developer and a different visual art style. So announcing this game doesn't feel as much like it would cannibalize the other games. A blasphemous management simulation game called The Kinder Remedy for PC launches November 16th. It is, quote, the most blasphemous, diabolical, and insane management game ever created. Which I would at first thought assume that this is probably a management sim where you're running a terrible orphanage and selling kids. Let's see. It's a grim prison, rig executions, conduct horrid experiments, and do unspeakable do the unspeakable to cook up your cure-all, the Kinderman remedy. Right, so it's not an orphanage, it's a prison, and you're abusing prisoners for some mad experiment. Okay. I don't know why you would say this is particularly that blasphemous, other than there's a nun involved, which honestly, if you're gonna try to be blasphemous or sell yourself as blasphemous, you kind of have to directly speak against the church and Catholicism or Jesus or God or whatever religion you're trying to blaspheme there. Telling a fictional story with a fictional nun doing bad things isn't really that blasphemous. Let's see. A game called Kingpin Reloaded launches December 5th for PC. I don't know if this is the Kingpin from the Marvel Universe, though. It doesn't really look like it. And this, once again, is published by 3D Realms and Interplay in this case. It seems like 3D Realms maybe needed some money, or they're about to go bankrupt and they have to just push out everything to try to make as much money as possible. Although, if that's the case, then the games would be unfinished, so I would hope it's more of a case of them just pushing out a bunch of games for not really a good reason. A game called Combustion Realms Deep has a 2023 trailer. Also has a Steam page from 3D Realms. It's too ambitious by 3D Realms. If the idea is that they're announcing all these games now and then they're going to release a first-person shooter game one per month for an entire year, that's just too ambitious, and it's just cannibalizing the attention. Sure, you could have announced 4 or 5 games at once, but then just wait another month or two and then announce 4 or 5 new games. Wait a quarter. A game called Deathbound has a Steel and Magic teaser trailer. 2 is on Steam, although in this case I already have it on the fall list. And it is not a 3D Realms game, so it looks different. Postal Brain Damage coming to the PS4 and 5, we already talked about. A Project Warlock Last Chapters has been announced for PC. Is 2, not 3D Realms. Well, maybe there was an event where first-person shooters were being shown off. But weirdly, it needs to be like old-school first-person shooters would have had been shown off, not just your average first-person shooters. A roguelike bullet hell action game called Undead West has been announced for PC, according to Komatsu. Yep. And I doubt the ESRB would do something as crazy as saying first-person shooters are all going to get rated M for mature or more scrutiny put on them. I could see maybe a little bit of pressure, but I don't think it would just happen overnight. That first-person shooters might get more scrutiny, might be rated M for mature or even adults only. All the school shootings and things in video games taking the blame for that. It would potentially make some sense that they might pretend like they were going to rate them more harshly. But again, I don't think that would be overnight to the point where you'd have just dozens and dozens of first-person shooter games announced. So I'm very confused as to what's happening here. Mostly, I guess this is 3D Realms exclusively announcing a bunch of games. It definitely comes off a little weird too, because it was basically a week ago that the Tokyo Game Show happened, and there wasn't that much new news put out for that. So for that to be now overwhelmed by individual press releases around first-person shooters is weird. This Graven launches January 23rd for PC, and then later for PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series, and Switch. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that really makes any sense. It's almost like 3D Realms just released all the press releases at once on accident. This is just another 3D Realms game. A retro first-person spellcasting game called Wizardrum for PC launches in early access on November 15th. This is Apogee Entertainment. I feel like Apogee Entertainment and 3D Realms may work together. The game Angry Foot has a gameplay trailer. I'm pretty sure I've already made a YouTube short on this. No? Interesting. I've definitely seen some tease around this Angry Foot game. I don't know if it really is a game worth playing. This one being published by Devolver Digital. I am paying a little bit of attention to who the developers are, but I'm not mentioning it. And then Iron Fury expansion Aftershock launches October 2nd for PC, which gets back to 3D Realms, which this DLC for some reason cannot be added to my follow list. Maybe that's why I've done such a terrible job of having DLC on my follow list, is that you can't put it on the follow list. You can only add it to the wish list, which, yeah, that would confuse the issue, certainly. Man, I'm really getting overwhelmed by first-person shooters. That's just like all the news here. Rydo G2 has been delayed to March 28th in Japan. This is at least a shoot-'em-up game, so a slight difference there. And then this week, Japanese game releases: Sword Art Online, Last Recollection, Detective Pikachu Returns, and more. Assassin's Creed Mirage, The Game of Life for Nintendo Switch, Gourd for PS5. Yeah, and then a very short list here of online sales after the Tokyo Game Show, which is not super surprising. And then Foundry, a building sandbox simulation game, or factory building sandbox simulation game called Foundry, is going to be published by Paradox Interactive. Which, yeah, might be something here, but I doubt it. So I am just utterly overwhelmed by first-person shooters from Gematsu. That was about 10 3D Realms and others first-person shooters, most of which were 3D Realms. Let's go through GameDeveloper.com news here. A lot of these we'd already talked about. There's a report that Mediatonic was decimated by the epic layoffs. That being said, the response there is they were saying that Fall Guys was still a priority. That Ubisoft laid off 6 employees. Gran Turismo Sport going offline in January. Nvidia's French office is being raided. The fact that they were raided is an interesting twist to it. Minecraft Dungeons being shut down. Binding of Isaac getting online multiplayer, which noticeably neither one of either Gematsu or Video Games Chronicle mentioned that. And then Team 17 loses its CEO and sees significant losses from a company restructure. Which, yeah. Even looking at all the characters from Team 17 games, with the exception of the Worms character, which this is apparently a new way they're depicting Worms, it's very hard to place most of these other characters. I would assume that this is Overcooked as a character, but I couldn't tell you any of the other characters at all. And that's definitely a problem. Alright, well, weirdly, I guess my fall list cleanup didn't even work. So I bet my fall list is a little bit broken, so I should probably double check that. It doesn't really hurt me too much to skip the fall list, particularly when I'm running late anyway, so we'll just go ahead and move over to all the new games released on Steam, which I'm hoping that works. Let's see. I saw a game like this before where you build your own ship. This time it seems like with creatures. I'll give that a chance. Alright, we have our first adult game as the second one. Wild Sex Wet Girls is the name of it, and it's 3D CGI ladies, but I would say the level of polish of these models is actually at least a step or two above average. Weirdly, it seems like you're like in a Wild West action hack and slash fantasy game. She has this big sword and she's encountering these I Am Groot style alien looking creatures. Yeah, I'd say Groot style alien creatures would make sense. Weirdly, it feels like there's at least a small percentage of a real game here. The game is rated very positively for $6.19. It says it has English full audio. Yeah, I don't know. The problem here is that you have like a hyper action hack and slash game, but then you also have the adult stuff, and I don't think you could cover the game without the adult stuff, or that there would be enough of a game without the adult stuff. So adding a game like this to the watch list doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I do want to add it to the fall list. This is really a case in particular where I'd love to have a secondary wish list or fall list to add it to, just to say, hey, here's an example of an adult game that has over 108 positive, over 108 reviews, with 83% of them being positive, which is just a massive amount of reviews. So I guess without a better option, I'll just put it on the wish list. Now, I will say that game really only had one female character and an alien character, so maybe not enough variety in it. But it may also highlight that having a bunch of 3D models that you're asset flipping and then having no game is not the way that audience and gamers want to play these experiences, that they perhaps do want a fun gameplay experience first and then the adult content second. Do I want to give this game UFO Extraterrestrial Platinum a chance? See, if anything, it implies to me that there was an older edition of this game. You know what, I'm not going to antagonize over it, and I'll just give it a chance. Deputization here. Doesn't look like anything of interest. Aster Rogues. Looks like it might be something. Again, we have one that looks like it might be an adult game, but I guess it isn't. It's just a asset flip game. Girls and robots. Yeah, doesn't look good. Bombardier. Might be something. Might be seeing a slightly higher percentage of decent games. I saw a YouTuber talking about a very old game, and in part of them talking about an old game, they talked about some even older games that were just text-based choose your own adventure books that are super difficult. Now, I can't remember the names of any of these, and he specifically went out of his way to say they were all too difficult and they all kind of sucked as games. But it is certainly an interesting thought that playing an old game may lead you to playing what would have originally been a choose your own adventure novel in a digital format. You have to have, if you're gonna do a choose your own adventure novel with your fandom, your chat helping you make decisions and letting your chat make suggestions, you have to have a certain level of followers to do that, which, yeah, that would be about the only way I would want to play a choose your own adventure game is to have perhaps more of an interactive discussion experience around it, almost like a book club. I think I'm gonna say no to this game. Yeah, and I'm gonna say no to Mech vs. Bugs. And then here we have a game called Cyberpunk Red Light District. This is obviously trying to have some name confusion around Cyberpunk 2077, although weirdly, as an adult game, it's not actually that far off from some of the content in Cyberpunk 2077. If anything, I would say the skin and 3D models that are being asset flipped here, like one of the ladies has blue skin and like horns. That doesn't feel very cyberpunk. That feels fantasy designed. Whereas in Cyberpunk 2077, all of the characters tend to have lines and electrical circuits and breaks in their face, showing that their entire body is just a robot. The closest character here that even looks cyberpunk is just a lady with tattoos, so they've missed the missive in a lot of ways by just having normal human bodies with some characters having horns and being more fantasy characters. There's nothing really cyberpunk about the scenes, and it looks like you're in just dark screenshot background areas that maybe are a little cyberpunk, but not that much. They want $3.49 for this game. They say it has full English audio, but yeah, there's just not anything here that feels particularly cyberpunky. You're not seeing computers, you're not seeing terminals, you're not seeing guns, which I guess there's in part a question around whether guns and weapons are cyberpunkish, but they probably are, particularly if you're trying to rip off Cyberpunk 2077. This Project Carter Phyllis, I have no idea what this is, but I guess I don't need to. It's a Korean only language game, so we'll have to just leave it at that. And then we have something called Harpoon Shooter Nozomi, which looks like it's a probably too colorful side-scroll shooting game. just don't think there's quite enough polish here. I want to say yes to this. They're saying this is both retro and kawaii pixel art, which is basically 3 key distinctive styles that they're saying it has. And I would say not so much retro, definitely going for the kawaii, and definitely not pixel art in a lot of places. Yeah, I wouldn't say any of this really feels like pixel art. And they want $12.59 for that. Yep. And it's Japanese full audio game, so this might be another example of the Japanese market moving towards Steam more, but also we're getting some of the more garbage games from some of the Japanese developers going to Steam. Which, yeah, that's kind of to be expected. You're not going to get 100% good games from any country's output. This game looks like nothing. Let's see if this supports English. Bet it doesn't. Looks a little rough in its art style. It's pencil sketch style. Yeah, Japanese only visual novel of some sort. Feel like there may have been a game called Knocked already. Yeah. It's already on my fault list. Weirdly, it is mostly positive. Is this a game you can play? Can you play it single player? There is a weird amount of a succubus being naked in the game, and they're not really focusing in on that. And there's no mature content warning. This may be a case where the game itself was listed so long ago that the enforcement of content warnings weren't as strict, although it may very well be a case that you can still just not have a mature content warning. Here you can see that they're listing other games just by text link instead of having embedded thumbnails. Well, I guess you just get down to mob rule. 100% positive with the most recent games, and 134 reviews overall, putting it at 74% positive. So put that on the wish list, I guess. It looks like a game that has been in potentially early access for a long time. Jelly Express may be something. Riot of Willy. Looks like it's probably just a horror game. Yeah, I don't think there's quite enough polished art to interest me in that. And it's easy to kind of curate and say no to mid-tier and low-tier horror games. K's Destiny doesn't look like anything. Game called White Hat, which I'd assume is a hacker theme, but it overall looks like a top-down twin-stick shooter of no real interest. Your Train 2 looks like you're operating trains. Give that a chance, but probably isn't anything. I bet there's still a lot of games to go through. Here we have what probably is a joke title, so I would assume is a joke game. Lewd girls, leave me alone, exclamation point. I just want to play my video games and watch anime, exclamation point, dash, hentai edition. It looks to me like it's a visual novel game where you're supposed to be a real gamer, and just coincidentally all these 2D anime girls are going to throw themselves at you. Although I say anime girls and I'm wrong about that. This really feels more like a Western art style of 2D and somewhat colorful characters. Again though, as an adult game, mostly positive, 79% positive, with 306 reviews. So all of a sudden it feels like some of these adult games are that you would have thought were perpetually just going to be in early access seem to have come out of early access now. This game is $2.39. It supports English, Russian, Chinese, French, and Turkish, which, yeah, does make me wonder if this is perhaps a joke game. And weirdly, I guess I would put this on the fall list, but I think it is probably a joke troll game. And I just don't foresee a future at the moment that it would make sense that I could ever play a game like this and say, alright, this is a joke troll game, but it's obviously being very well received, but it's also full of adult content. Yeah. Now at some point, I can almost make the promise, I'm not really making the promise, but at some point, if I had something like Patreon and just a ton of Patreon supporters, there would be some way I could have, I don't know if Vimeo is the right service, but some kind of other non-YouTube service where uncensored videos could be uploaded, and I would just cover adult games. Not exclusively, it would be maybe one adult game per month being shown off. But yeah, that potentially would be something I would like to do if I had that level of support, but it would have to be a fairly high level of support too. Just to pick numbers out of there, I'd say probably 100 supporters, each donating at least $10 consistently. Which that's another thing that Patreon has gotten rid of, is their goals system. So the idea of having a goal listed and saying I need 100 supporters donating at least a month, $10 a month, and then I'll put out this private links to an adult game if that intrigues the audience. But right now, like I was saying before, I just don't foresee a future where that really is going to happen anytime soon. This game, Zed Patrol, doesn't look like anything. Heroic Tale Value Plus looks like garbage. Let's see. This Playground looks like it has dark screenshot syndrome. Doesn't look particularly interesting. And in fairness, to go back to the idea of having a Patreon and doing adult content, Jesse Cox is a YouTube creator, and he and a friend tried to do something almost exactly like that, and I don't think it worked out for them particularly well, and then they had to fairly quickly pivot and change what the premise was as far as the types of games and how they were talking about those games were. What is the name of that series? Let's see if I can, something Gentlemen, Distinguished Gentlemen, or Refined Gentlemen, something like that. The joke being that they are wearing smoking vests and have cigars and a fine port in their hand or some kind of alcohol, and that they are these very refined gentlemen talking about adult games. But they still make videos on that, but they're talking about things like Night Trap, and there really isn't any adult content in Night Trap, so the whole thing is the premise and the original idea failed. either because it didn't have enough support or they didn't have enough desire on it. It takes a very special type of person to really power through a lot of the adult games. Their quality is particularly low. This Cube Battlefield 2048 doesn't even really look like a 2048 game. If anything, it seems like you're shooting with a top-down twin-stick shooter. Maybe when you defeat something, you gain their numbers and get bigger. Maybe that's how that works. It's not the worst idea, but it is a worse version of something like aggro.io, which has already had its heyday, and 2048 has already had its heyday, and I really don't want to see a bunch of clones of those games come back. So that's going to be a no. Here we have yet another adult game. Quite a bit today for a Monday. Love Challenge is this one. 3D realistic CGI ladies. Although they seem to be kind of doing a fantasy thing. One of them has elf ears, one of them has horns. It feels like this is more of a simulation game than even a visual novel game. Seems like the 3D models look pretty terrible and pretty pale, like they are Korean ladies that are whitening their skin to be as pale as possible. It's early access, which that's always weird. It has Japanese full audio and then English and traditional and simplified Chinese, so I guess it's a Japanese game, but boy, does it not feel like a Japanese game to me. Feels a little lackluster overall for selling for $12.99. Moving on, we have Zoo Prank Story, Zoo Park Story. I'm starting to run out of steam here and talking too long. The Zoo Park Story, I don't think looks interesting enough to make a short on. There really is a level of curation that probably needs to happen for mobile looking games, simplistic games. Starry here, body coordinated rhythm game. You can play with just a webcam. I'll give that a chance. And interestingly, that does also mean you don't need VR for it. A lot of this would come down to just, do you have a webcam and do you like the music in the game? New it's a sci-fi strategy game. I'll give this a chance even though it's not my style of game. Man, we're back to another adult game. So if there is bundling happening, it definitely didn't happen this weekend. We're seeing adult game, then a few non-adult games, then adult game. Where if it was bundled, it would just be adult game, adult game, adult game. This next one is just called Sex Simulator College Girls, which 3D CGI lady, maybe one or two ladies, and then a guy, and it seems like you're just in some kind of college professor's office or dean's office. It's actually way too fancy to be a college professor's office. It looks more like you're in a waiting room in a library. Just wood paneling everywhere. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. If you're into the college girl fetish, some of the outfits maybe play up to that, but that's about it. It's selling for $2.79 right now, and it's English only, so I suspect it's probably about 5 minutes of content. It says it has 90 plus HD quality renders and HD animations. I'm not sure that there's actually any story at all, and even if there was a story, the story would have to be interesting. Yeah, and yeah, it never is. In all fairness, though, if you were to make a Schindler's List version of a porn, where there's just a huge amount of story and dialogue and stuff, it would be very weird, to say the least. This game doesn't look like anything. Probably wouldn't find an audience. Foggy Rainfall Escapade. I think I'm gonna say no to this. I just don't see enough game here. It really just feels like you're gonna be platforming on one building and that's it. Here we have something called The Last Game, which is certainly an ambitious name, but does have a bit of visual polish, so I'll give it a chance. Here we have Race Manager, which is either a racing game with cars or a racist game, or both potentially. The character design here looks pretty awful, and the rest of the game looks awful, so that's going to be a no. Auto Checkup Simulator probably is no, but I'll give it a chance. There might be something educational in that, although in all fairness, even if you could check up your own car, almost always when you are getting a checkup, it's because there's something noticeably wrong with it, or it's getting inspected for city-state requirements. So even if you could do it, you wouldn't be allowed to do it. This game is just called Stress Testing. I'm gonna put this on the follow list, but I'm not gonna make a YouTube short on it because it seems a little fishy. Like there really isn't a game here. Ember's Return to Dragonland. I think is gonna be a no. Alright, and then we have another adult game called Stan Cact. It's with a large C with a curly Q on it, and then the subtitle here is Sexy Tenacious Girls. Now weirdly, this is labeled as a shoot 'em up game with multiple endings. So it's 2D characters and they're kind of in a colorful palette, but I really wouldn't say it's animated particularly well. But this is about the closest I've seen as far as an adult game on Steam in probably over a month at least, if not 2 or 3, as far as 2D anime style games. But even at that, a lot of this just feels very asset flippy. It's a lot of the same 2D sprites being used over and over again. So the game is selling for $8.99. It's English and Japanese. And yeah, there's always this weirdness here when you have these kinds of adult games, in that the worse the quality, the less the realism, I guess, when it's a 2D animated thing, the more it seems like it's accepted by Steam. Like they're intentionally sabotaging the entire industry by only publishing and highlighting to the worst of the worst. But yeah, this is barely reminiscent of an early 60s, 70s, 80s, or 90s anime style, but really not that. And then the whole game is just side-scrolling shooter. But yeah, the quality seems fairly lackluster there. And overall, even if Steam won't allow better animated 2D anime girls in their games for one reason or another, I would prefer quality over anything else. We'll give this CCG Cards of Eternity a chance. Bomber Party, looks like it's a Bomberman clone of no interest. Bilkin's Folly is already on the fault list, so I won't make another short around that. Island Panic. Looks like it might be some kind of special card game. Scottish Highlander themed card game with solitaire mechanics. I'll give that a chance and put it on the fall list. Do I need to put it on the make a YouTube short around it though? No. At a certain point, I guess in curation I could also say if somebody's looking for a solitaire game, they're probably going to just have to search themselves, and I'm going to have to go a little bit more mainstream instead of just omnipresent in what I make YouTube shorts on. It is a lot, certainly. I'm personally getting notifications via my Discord to every single YouTube short that's coming out, whereas I suspect nobody else is getting anywhere as many notifications, which is certainly explains why a lot of the YouTube shorts seem to not get any views. And that is a concern, certainly, as to how can I either make the YouTube shorts more appealing so people will click on them or see them, or how can I make fewer YouTube shorts so that there's less competition. Although in the case of YouTube shorts, maybe you shouldn't make fewer, maybe you should make as many shorts as you possibly can, because that's all that matters. It depends on how well the algorithm really is working. This Igni Stone is already on the fall list, so I'm not going to make a new short on that. And then we have a game called In His Time. What may have happened here is that one of these games was already on my fall list, and because of that, it moved things around, and that broke my fall list cleanup macro. That's a possibility. I'll have to investigate if that's what would happen then. This Sunlight Screen University Massacre visual novel. Give it a chance. Particularly in the case of visual novels, since every single visual novel is a story, a game that is heavily going to focus on the story. There's this hope, maybe not reality, but a hope that would lead to a situation where the games would be better received and the stories would be better. Now I'm very confused here as far as this visual novel, looking at these screenshots. It says University Massacre. So let's just go through the screenshots. Here. Start here with this one. So you have one girl, assumedly these are all in the exact same university, who's wearing not really a school uniform at all, just skirt and then a sweater and things like that. You have guys who are not wearing any kind of outfit, and this guy seems like he's not anywhere as well animated as this guy. Then you have a nurse character at a hospital, well, ignore her. And then you have a police officer lady who, perhaps just because of perspective, looks a little too short and a little young. But then you have a girl in a uniform, and each uniform for a high school, Japanese high school and or university would have a unique style and unique color palette, all the same for all the students. there is sometimes kids that are in charge of self-disciplining the other kids, which is a terrible bullying idea, but they tend to wear just armbands to be part of the disciplinary committee. But that's it as far as differences in the outfit. So then you have a completely different art style here with a much more anatomically appropriate taller looking character versus the kawaii style here. And then in this you have her in a completely different outfit. You just wouldn't have different colored shirts, to my understanding. So they really can't be at the whole school, all at the same school. Then you have a completely different art style here, which I'm really just convincing myself to say no. I assume this character is supposed to be this character, but that looks completely different. Yeah. There's just a high level of inconsistency here between these screenshots, so I'm going to actually say no to this. I've talked myself out of it, which is pretty easy to do. I mean, if you put enough time into looking at the screenshots of games. Tricky typing. A ridiculous typing game. I don't think typing games should be ridiculous. Weirdly, this almost feels like you're playing it with a controller. There was a game I played in California where it had a typing section where you should just have been able to press A on the controller to move forward, but yeah. This is insane. A, B, C, D with the analog stick, and then W if you click on the center, E, F, G, H, and then more letters here, more letters here, more triggers here. I'm a little surprised you can even get 26 inputs out of this. No, you can't, because you have to double tap the triggers and the bumps to get, well, not quite 26, it's 27, 28 inputs with the double taps. So maybe if you got rid of the double taps, you could get exactly 26 on the Xbox controller. It certainly isn't designed to do that, though. That's pretty crazy. And again, I just don't feel like this is a game worth really existing. And it's not an average day unless you get some game with SCP in the name, some low effort asset flip. Although, in fairness, today's stream, even though it's gone fairly long, really did manage to not have that many garbage horror games or asset flip games. Instead, we weirdly got overwhelmed by a lot of first-person shooter games from 3D Realms. Maybe we'll not have so much garbage come out as we end this year and wrap up. Anyways, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there might be some links down below. Thank you for watching.